Eris had never known love. An orphan from birth, she grew up in the shadows of a world that barely acknowledged her existence. The orphanage was cold, its caretakers indifferent. The other children found solace in one another, forming bonds and friendships, but Eris, she was always alone. She watched from the corners, hoping that one day someone would reach out. That someone would say, "You are wanted, you are loved." But no one ever did. As she grew older, she learned to stop hopping. The world was cruel to those who had nothing. People only valued what they could use, and Eris had nothing to offer. Then she met Liam. He was charming, kind, or so she thought. He gave her warmth when no one else did. He smiled at her, whispered promises that made her fragile heart believe that, finally, someone cared. So she clung to him, desperate for the love she had never known. But love was just another lie. One evening, she walked into an alleyway, hopping to surprise him. Instead, she found him in the arms of another woman, whispering the same sweet words he had once told her. Her heart shattered. When she confronted him, his gaze turned cold, and his lips twisted into a cruel smirk. "Did you actually think you mattered?" he scoffed. Eris took a step back, tears threatening to spill. "You said you loved me." "You were just a distraction," he snapped. Then, without hesitation, he shoved her. The world spun. Her body slammed against the cold brick wall. A sharp, unbearable pain erupted in her skull. The last thing she heard was Liam laughing. Then nothing. Eris expected darkness. She expected an endless void where her meaningless existence would simply fade away. But when she opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of a vast, starry sky. The scent of incense and burning wood filled her lungs. She was lying on a stone altar, her wrists bound in soft silk. Torches flickered around her, illuminating the dozens of villagers kneeling before her. Their heads were bowed, their bodies trembling. Fear hung thick in the air. And then she heard it. "Forgive us, O Mighty One, for disturbing your slumber. Accept this offering and grant us your mercy." Offering. Eris's breath hitched. She tried to sit up, but the restraints held her in place. Her body felt different, stronger, more delicate. She was not in her old body. A lock of long, silky black hair fell over her shoulder. Her skin was flawless, her limbs slender yet elegant. She was Eris anymore. She was someone else. Before she could fully comprehend what had happened, a sudden gust of wind sent the flames flickering wildly. The villagers gasped and pressed their foreheads to the ground. The air grew heavy. The ground trembled. A shadow loomed over the altar. Eris turned her head just as he arrived. The Dragon King. A colossal black-scaled beast descended from the night sky, his massive wings blotting out the stars. His form radiated raw, suffocating power. The very air crackled around him, charged with the force of the elements. Fire, water, air, all bending to his will. The villagers cowered, whispering prayers of submission. But Eris, she could only stare. And then His eyes met hers. Glowing red eyes, deep and ancient, locked onto her with an intensity that sent shivers down her spine. She braced herself for pain, for death. But it never came. Instead, the Dragon King tilted his head slightly, his gaze unwavering. He was not filled with rage. He was not filled with hunger. He was curious. The silence stretched on, thick with tension. The villagers remained frozen, awaiting their fate. Then, without a word, the Dragon King lowered his massive clawed hand toward her. Gasps erupted from the crowd as he gently lifted her from the altar, holding her as if she were something fragile. Eris barely had time to react before his wings unfurled. Then he took off. The wind howled as the villagers' panicked cries faded into the distance. He had taken her. Eris kept waiting for the worst. For pain. For death. For something, anything to make sense. But as the icy wind brushed against her skin, and the Dragon King carried her into the endless night sky, a strange thought crept into her mind. Something is off. This didn't feel real. It was too much like a dream. And dreams always ended in nightmares. She clenched her fists, her heart pounding. Whatever happens next, I must be ready for the worst. The journey to the castle had been nothing but silence. Carried by the Dragon King's massive claws, the cold wind whipped against the protagonist's skin as they soared high above the clouds. The village had long disappeared from sight, swallowed by the darkness below. She didn't struggle. What was the point? She had already died once. Whatever this was, rebirth, fate, or simply a cruel joke, it didn't change the fact that she had no reason to live. When they finally descended, the sight before her was overwhelming. The Dragon King's castle was a towering fortress of black stone, its spires piercing the sky. The air hummed with ancient magic, and flames flickered in eerie blue torches along the towering walls. At the entrance, armored knights and servants knelt in perfect rows, their heads bowed in reverence. As the Dragon King landed, the ground trembled beneath his weight. He placed her on her feet, and her legs nearly gave out beneath her. But before she could collapse, the deep, commanding voice of the Dragon King echoed through the grand courtyard. Rise. The knights and servants lifted their heads, their eyes filled with a mixture of awe and fear. Whispers rippled through the crowd as they took in the sight of their king's latest acquisition. The woman who had been offered as a sacrifice, yet still lived. She could feel their gazes piercing into her, but she remained motionless, empty. Then his gaze turned to her. Even in his dragon form, his red eyes burned into her with an intensity that sent chills down her spine. His dark scales shimmered under the torchlight, and his massive wings curled behind him like shadows waiting to consume everything. You stand before me, yet you do not tremble. His deep voice echoed through the hall. Tell me, do you not fear death? She did not answer. His piercing, red eyes studied her before he finally spoke again. I am Zephyrian Dracos, ruler of this empire and king of all dragons. I have lived for centuries, and my name alone strikes fear into the hearts of men." The room fell deathly silent. "Now," he continued, his gaze sharp, "state your name and age." She hesitated for a moment, her throat dry, before finally speaking. "My name is," she swallowed hard, "Eris. I am 23 years old." Her voice was steady but empty, as if the words meant nothing. Then, without a hint of hesitation, she lifted her gaze to meet his and said, "Kill me." A hush fell over the court. Some gasped, while others stared in horror at her audacity. But the Dragon King, he simply smirked. "You dare to request your own death," he mused, his tone laced with amusement. "Most would beg for mercy, and yet you beg for an end." She didn't flinch. "I have no reason to live." His eyes narrowed slightly, as if studying her. Then, with a low chuckle, he leaned forward, his massive wings shifting behind him. How intriguing. His amusement sent a chill down her spine. She had expected cruelty. She had expected rage. But this. "Very well," he continued. "I will not grant your death. Instead, I shall grant you a new purpose." She frowned. "What?" His crimson eyes gleamed with something unreadable. "You will be my wife." The words struck her like a thunderclap. The whispers around the room exploded into shocked murmurs. Even the knights exchanged stunned glances. She felt the air leave her lungs. What? "You heard me." His voice was as calm as if he were discussing the weather. "You shall be my queen. You will bear my heir and strengthen my kingdom." Her mind reeled. This can't be real. "No," she breathed. "No, there has to be a mistake." But his smirk remained, unbothered, absolute. "It is no mistake." She took a step back, her body trembling. "You can't force me." "I can." His voice was sharp, final. "You are mine now. Your fate is no longer your own." Her hands clenched into fists. She had nothing, no family, no home, no one who cared. But even so, she could not accept this. "I refuse," she snapped, desperation creeping into her voice. His gaze darkened. "You have no choice." The weight of his words settled on her like chains. No escape, no freedom, no way out. The court watched in silence as the realization hit her. She had traded one prison for another. And this time, the warden was a dragon. The moment Eris stepped into her chamber, she felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. The room was vast, larger than any home she had ever known. High ceilings adorned with intricate carvings, golden chandeliers illuminating the space with a soft glow, and silk curtains cascading over tall windows that stretched toward the sky. A grand canopy bed with velvet sheets stood in the center, as if prepared for a queen. But none of this mattered to her, because this was still a prison. Eris clenched her fists, standing in the middle of the chamber. "Is this supposed to make me feel lucky?" she thought bitterly. "That I wasn't killed but was instead given a luxurious cage." She didn't care for silk sheets or golden chandeliers. She cared about freedom. The maid who had escorted her stood near the door, fidgeting with her hands. She was a young woman, perhaps a little older than Eris, dressed in a modest uniform. Eris turned to her. This castle, it's enormous. Her voice was calm, calculated. The Dragon King must be a powerful ruler. The maid stiffened. Why, yes, my lady. Her hesitance did not go unnoticed. What does he do? Eris continued, watching her closely. What kind of ruler is he? The maid lowered her gaze, gripping the hem of her dress. His Majesty is just strong. No one dares to oppose him. Her voice wavered slightly. He rules over the entire world. His power is absolute. Eris tilted her head, and as a person. A silence. The maid hesitated before speaking again, voice barely above a whisper. It is not my place to speak of him, my lady. Eris studied her reaction. Of course, she thought. No one dares to speak about him. They're too afraid. That, in itself, told her more than words ever could. She would have to find out on her own. Letting out a quiet sigh, Eris gave a small nod. I see. You may leave now. The maid, clearly relieved, bowed quickly and left the room. The heavy doors closed behind her, leaving Eris alone. The moment she was certain no one was watching, she turned toward the large windows. She approached cautiously, pressing her palms against the glass. The view before her was breathtaking. The castle stood atop a mountain, overlooking vast lands below. A dense, dark forest stretched for miles, its trees swaying under the night sky. Eris exhaled sharply. So this is where he lives, she thought, above everything, looking down at the world like it's his to control. Her hands curled into fists. I refuse to be another sacrifice. I refuse to be his plaything. Taking a deep breath, she began exploring. She started with her chamber, checking for hidden doors, loose floorboards, or anything that could be of use. But the room was solid, built with no easy way out. Did they expect me to run? She wondered. Or is this just how every prisoner is kept? Next, she moved to the hallways. Carefully, quietly, she stepped out of her chamber, her bare feet making no sound against the cold marble floors. The castle was silent, save for the occasional footsteps of patrolling guards. The corridors stretched endlessly, lined with towering statues of dragons, ancient tapestries, and golden torches casting eerie shadows. She stuck to the dimly lit paths, avoiding open spaces where she could be seen. Every step she took was measured. One wrong move, and she would be caught. But as she continued wandering, the realization slowly settled in. Every hallway led to another. Every turn brought her back to familiar places. Every path was guarded, locked, or led to nowhere. This castle was a labyrinth, and she was trapped in it. Eris clenched her fists. Damn it. She had expected obstacles, but this was worse than she thought. The castle was built to keep people in. The more she searched, the more hopeless it seemed. No wonder no one escapes, she thought, bitterness rising in her throat. They made sure of it. After what felt like hours, she finally returned to her chamber, her heart heavy. She wasn't getting out of here. Not yet. As she sat on the edge of the grand bed, staring at the ornate designs on the floor, a bitter thought crossed her mind. Maybe I never escaped death after all. Maybe I was just thrown into another cage. And this time, the dragon was watching. To be continued. Eris woke up to the soft glow of morning light filtering through the grand windows. For a moment, she didn't move. The bed beneath her was too soft, the air too warm. It was nothing like the cold, hard ground she had slept on as an orphan. Then the memories hit her. She was in Zephyrian's castle. She sat up slowly, her fingers gripping the silk sheets. Her heart pounded. That's when she noticed it. A deep red gown lay neatly on the bedside table, its fabric rich and smooth. Beside it, a small note was placed carefully on a silver tray. Eris hesitated before picking it up. Wear this and come downstairs. The signature at the bottom was Zephyrian's. Eris felt a cold shiver run down her spine. Why had he left this for her? Her fingers curled around the note as she glared at the dress. What does he want from me? For a moment, she considered ignoring his command. But what choice did she have? She was trapped in this place. For now. With a deep breath, she put on the dress. The fabric was soft against her skin, almost too perfect. It made her feel like she belonged in this castle. But she didn't. The castle hallways were silent as Eris made her way downstairs. She had expected guards at every corner, but strangely, no one stopped her. She soon arrived at a grand dining hall, and the moment she stepped inside, her breath caught in her throat. There, at the far end of the long table, sat a man. Eris froze, her eyes widened in shock. He was not a dragon. He was human. Or at least, he appeared to be. Zephyrian was magnificent. His tan skin contrasted with the deep black of his luxurious robes, embroidered with silver patterns resembling dragon scales. His long black hair cascaded over his shoulders, some strands adorned with golden ornaments. Jewelry glimmered against his chest and wrists, but nothing shone brighter than his piercing red eyes, the same ones she had seen in his dragon form. Eris swallowed hard. Is this Zephyrian? For some reason, she had expected someone monstrous, someone terrifying. But instead, he was terrifyingly beautiful. Yet, that didn't change the fact that he was her captor. Zephyrian lifted his gaze, meeting hers instantly. His expression remained unreadable, but something in his eyes flickered, a glint of amusement. Then, after a moment, his lips curled into a smirk. So, you followed my command. Eris clenched her fists at his words. What choice did I have? Zephyrian let out a soft chuckle, his voice smooth but laced with amusement. That's it. Eris hesitated before taking the seat farthest from him. Zephyrian arched a brow. Do I frighten you? Eris didn't answer. She kept her expression blank. A servant placed a plate of food in front of her. The meal looked luxurious: roasted meat, fresh fruit, warm bread, but she didn't touch it. Instead, she kept her eyes on Zephyrian. The Dragon King picked up his goblet and took a slow sip before speaking. "Tell me, Eris, what do you think of my castle?" Eris exhaled sharply. "You expect me to admire the place where I'm being kept prisoner." Zephyrian chuckled again, setting his goblet down. "Prisoner, I have not locked you in chains." Eris narrowed her eyes. "A cage is still a cage, even if it's golden." For the first time, Zephyrian's smirk faded. His gaze darkened slightly, as if considering her words. Then he leaned forward. "You are quite sharp, Eris." She tensed as he said her name. "You speak as if you have no interest in luxury," he mused, tilting his head. "But what if I told you that this castle could be yours?" Eris's breath caught in her throat. What was he saying? Her fingers curled into her lap, her guard rising even higher. "I don't need anything from you," she said coldly. Zephyrian studied her, his red eyes gleaming with something unreadable. "Interesting," he murmured. "We shall see how long that remains true." Eris felt a pit in her stomach. She didn't know what he was planning, but she needed to escape, and soon. To be continued. The morning air was crisp, carrying the sweet scent of blooming flowers as Eris stepped into the royal garden. Her steps were slow, almost hesitant, as she took in the sight before her. It was vast, stretching as far as the eye could see, filled with towering trees, vibrant flowers, and a small crystal-clear pond reflecting the sky. She had never seen anything like it. The maids followed behind her at a distance, whispering among themselves, but Eris paid them no mind. For once, she allowed herself to admire the beauty around her. A soft breeze swept through the garden, making the petals dance in the air. Her long black hair fluttered gently as she closed her eyes, letting the wind caress her face. She had always loved nature. Back when she was nothing but an orphan, struggling to survive, she had found comfort in the smallest things. The sight of a lone flower growing in a broken street, the feeling of grass beneath her bare feet. But now this was something entirely different. This place was like a dream. She wandered deeper into the garden, her fingers brushing against soft petals, feeling the life in them. And for the first time since arriving at the castle, she felt something close to happiness. She found a spot beneath a large tree, its branches providing the perfect shade, and slowly lowered herself to the ground. She just wanted to sit there, just for a moment. The maids exchanged nervous glances, but said nothing as they watched her. Eris let out a small sigh, resting her hands on the grass. "It's peaceful here." The thought felt foreign. Her life had never been peaceful. Not in the orphanage, not when she was alone, struggling to survive, and certainly not when she was betrayed and killed. Yet here she was. For a brief moment, she allowed herself to pretend that she was just a normal woman sitting in a beautiful garden. That she wasn't trapped. That she wasn't planning to escape. But deep down, she knew the truth. This peace was temporary. Her freedom wasn't here. Eris clenched her fists in the grass. I can't get comfortable. I can't forget why I'm here. She looked up at the sky, watching the clouds drift by. A storm was coming. And soon, she would have to leave. To be continued. Zephyrian stood by the tall, arched window of his castle, his crimson eyes fixed on the woman sitting in the royal garden below. Eris. His fingers idly traced the rim of his goblet, but his mind was elsewhere. He watched as she ran her fingers along the petals of a flower, her long black hair swaying gently in the breeze. And then she smiled. A small, fleeting thing, barely noticeable, but it was there. His little blossom was smiling. He let out a quiet hum, his deep voice reverberating in the empty chamber. So, you can still smile after all. His gaze darkened as his mind drifted back to the day he first saw her. She had been a trembling thing, fragile, weak, nothing but skin and bone, but her eyes. Those lifeless, hollow eyes. And then her words. Kill me. Zephyrian scoffed at the memory. How foolish. He had heard all kinds of pleas before begging, crying, desperate prayers for mercy. But she had begged for death. Not with fear, not with tears. Just emptiness. And that had amused him. A woman with nothing left to lose. He chuckled, shaking his head. What an unusual gift the gods have sent me. So, he had made a decision that day. He would not kill her. Not because he was merciful, but because he wanted to see what would happen if he gave her something to live for. And today, he had seen something change. His thoughts shifted to earlier that morning, when she had walked into the dining hall wearing the dress he had given her. A breathtaking sight. She didn't look like a mere sacrifice anymore. She looked like a queen. Zephyrian exhaled slowly, his fingers tightening around his goblet. I wonder, did you notice little Blossom? Did she notice how his gaze lingered? How the entire room had gone silent the moment she entered? No. She was too focused on her own fear. She was guarded, cautious. And yet, when she stepped into the garden just now, all of that seemed to disappear. He watched as she closed her eyes, inhaling the fresh air, her expression almost at peace. Zephyrian smirked. Are you beginning to feel comfortable here? A chuckle rumbled in his chest as he leaned against the window frame. No, she wasn't. He had seen the way her eyes wandered, always searching, always thinking, trying to find a way out. His smirk deepened. Run if you wish, little Blossom. I will find you, even if you are in hell. It wouldn't matter. No one could escape him. And Eris. She was his. Whether she had realized it yet or not. To be continued. Eris's POV. The garden had given me a moment of peace, a fleeting illusion of freedom. But I wasn't free. Not yet. As I walked through the grand halls of the castle, my heart pounded against my ribs. Every step was careful, calculated. I didn't know how much freedom I had here, but I wasn't going to waste it. Zephyrian, he was powerful, terrifying, and unpredictable. But even he couldn't keep an eye on me at all times. Right. I glanced around. The corridors were silent, the torches casting long shadows across the marble floors. Servants and knights roamed in certain areas, but I memorized the paths they didn't use. If I'm going to escape, I need to know this place inside out. I had spent enough of my life as an orphan observing, analyzing, surviving. That instinct hadn't left me. So I walked. Through the hallways. Up the staircases. Past the doors that led to places I didn't recognize. Until I reached my chamber again. I stepped inside and closed the door behind me, my breath uneven. The chamber was vast and luxurious, unlike anything I had ever dreamed of. But I didn't care about any of it. All I cared about was the window. I walked toward it, my fingers pressing against the cool glass. And there it was, an opening. From here, I could see a long stretch of rooftops and the distant horizon. More importantly, there were no guards in this area of the castle. My chest tightened. This is it. The first real possibility of escape. I could get out of here. I just needed to figure out when and how. My fingers curled into fists as I made my decision. I won't be his prisoner. I won't let myself be trapped again. I needed a rope. I rushed to the wardrobe, pulling out the soft silk sheets. They would do. I worked quickly, tearing and knotting them together, my hands shaking but determined. When it was done, I tested the knots, strong enough. I folded the makeshift rope and hid it beneath the bed. Now, all I had to do was wait. Dinner. Nightfall. Then freedom. I sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the window. I could almost taste the fresh air, feel the wind against my skin as I ran away from this place. From him. Zephyrian. The Dragon King. I thought of his red eyes, his terrifying presence, the way he had smirked when I told him to kill me. Would he care if I left? Would he chase me? I shook the thought away. It didn't matter. I had no place here. I just had to survive. What I didn't know was that he was watching me. That somewhere, beyond my sight, Zephyrian's crimson eyes were locked onto me, his expression unreadable. And he knew exactly what I was planning. To be continued. Eris's POV. After having dinner and made sure everyone went to sleep. The castle was silent, wrapped in the heavy embrace of night. I stood at the edge of my chamber's window, gripping the rope tightly, my heart hammering against my ribs. This is it. If I fail now, I may never get another chance. I had waited patiently, watched the movements of the guards, memorized the layout, and ensured that the castle had fallen into deep slumber. This was the perfect moment. With a deep breath, I climbed over the ledge and began my descent. The rope dug into my hands as I carefully lowered myself down, my arms trembling slightly under the strain. The wind was cold against my skin, but the thought of freedom burned within me, keeping me steady. Step by step, lower and lower. I could almost taste the fresh air of the open land beyond the castle walls. Just a little more. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over me. Before I could react, something strong and inescapable wrapped around my waist. I gasped as my body was yanked away from the rope. The ground never came. Instead, I was lifted effortlessly into the air, cradled in powerful arms. A wave of dread washed over me. I didn't need to look to know who it was. Going somewhere, little Blossom. His deep, smooth voice sent a shiver down my spine. I stiffened, my breath catching in my throat. Let me go, I demanded, though my voice was barely above a whisper. Zephyrian let out a quiet chuckle, his grip on me firm yet effortless. You misunderstand something, little Blossom, he said, his tone laced with amusement. I squirmed in his hold, but it was useless. His strength was far beyond anything I could fight against. He held me closer, his warmth pressing against me despite the cold night air. You can try to run, again and again. His red eyes glowed ominously in the dark. But no matter where you flee, even if you vanish into the deepest shadows of this world. His voice dropped to a near whisper, his grip tightening ever so slightly. Even if you went to hell itself, I would find you and bring you back to my castle. I felt the blood drain from my face. I had planned everything. I had done everything right. Yet, from the very beginning, he had been watching me. And just like that, my fragile hope of freedom crumbled into nothingness. Zephyrian's POV. Zephyrian stood by the grand window of his chamber, gazing down at the castle courtyard bathed in the pale glow of the moon. He had been waiting. He had known from the very moment Eris began sneaking around, watching the guards, eyeing the paths that led beyond the castle walls. How naive. She truly believed she could escape him. The corners of his lips curled slightly as he watched her delicate figure climb down the rope she had so carefully prepared. Step by step, inch by inch, she lowered herself, her movements careful yet desperate. She truly does not understand who she belongs to now. Zephyrian took his time. He let her believe, just for a moment, that she might actually succeed. That she might taste the freedom she so desperately sought. Then, just before her feet could touch the ground, he moved. With a single swift motion, he was there, faster than she could even perceive. One arm wrapped around her waist, lifting her into his hold effortlessly, as if she weighed nothing. He felt the sharp inhale of her breath, the momentary stillness of shock. Ah, so fragile. Her heartbeat pounded wildly against his chest, her body rigid in his grasp. She was afraid. Good. He smirked, watching as realization dawned on her face. She didn't even struggle. Perhaps she knew it was useless. Going somewhere, little Blossom. No response, only wide, stunned eyes. He had seen many things in his long, immortal life: fear, hatred, defiance, despair. But this woman, she was something else. Not because she tried to escape, that was expected, but because, even now, wrapped in his arms, completely at his mercy, she still had not cried. Interesting. Zephyrian pulled her closer, lowering his voice. "You can run, again and again." His grip tightened ever so slightly, feeling the warmth of her body against his own. "But no matter where you go, no matter how far you flee." His red eyes glowed in the moonlight, watching the last flicker of hope shatter in her expression. "Even if you went to hell itself, I would find you and bring you back to my castle." For a moment, she was utterly silent. And then, finally, he saw it. The slight tremble of her fingers, the way her lashes fluttered, her breathing unsteady. Yes, she was beginning to understand. She belonged to him now. To be continued. Eris had made up her mind. She was going to escape. Again. No matter how many times he caught her. No matter how many times he mocked her efforts with that infuriating smirk of his. She gritted her teeth, gripping the edges of the servant's cloak she had stolen. It was oversized, enough to hide her face, and the dim lighting of the hallways worked in her favor. This time I won't fail. Carefully, she made her way down the halls, keeping her steps light and avoiding the guards, patrol routes she had memorized over the past few days. The exit was just ahead. She could feel it. Step, step, step. Her heart pounded as she neared the door leading to the outer courtyard. Almost there. Her fingers touched the handle. Going somewhere, little blossom. Her entire body froze. That damned voice. She turned her head slowly, her stomach sinking as she met those piercing red eyes. Zephyrian stood just a few steps away, arms crossed, the same arrogant smirk stretching his lips. Eris clenched her fists. Again, again. How? She had been so careful this time. Her irritation boiled over. One day she would rip that smirk off his face. But not today. Not when she was trapped again. With a sigh, she yanked off the servant's cloak, glaring at him. "I swear, you have nothing better to do than to ruin my plans, do you?" Zephyrian's smirk widened. "Your plans? Ah, you mean these pathetic attempts at escaping." Her eye twitched. Pathetic. He took a step closer, looking far too entertained. "Go on then, little blossom. Try again." Eris hated the way her breath hitched. The way his voice, deep and smooth, mocked her without effort. She was going to win one day. But today was not that day. It became a silent game. Eris would try every method she could think of. Hiding in barrels, failed. Stealing a horse, failed. Bribing a servant, failed. Climbing out the tallest tower using a rope of sheets, failed. Every single time. He caught her. And every time, Zephyrian would stand there with that smug, infuriating expression, watching her like she was an amusing puzzle he wanted to solve. It made her blood boil. And yet, one time, when she had tried sneaking out through an underground tunnel, which had collapsed halfway, nearly getting her stuck forever, she caught him smiling. Not smirking, smiling. Not the usual arrogant, mocking grin. A real, amused, entertained smile. It lasted barely a second. But Eris saw it. And so did the knights standing nearby. The way they froze, eyes widening as if they had just seen a ghost. One of them even rubbed his eyes, muttering, "I must be hallucinating." Another whispered, Did His Majesty just smile?" Zephyrian, realizing the stares, immediately schooled his expression back to his usual cold indifference. He turned sharply. "Get back to your duties." The knights scrambled away, as if their lives depended on it. Eris, despite her failure, despite her frustration, smirked. So the mighty, terrifying Dragon King could smile after all. And if her escape attempts were the reason, well, maybe she'd keep trying. As Eris was dragged back to her chamber yet again, she sat on the bed, arms crossed, her lips pursed in frustration. That damn dragon. She had tried every possible way to escape, and he had caught her every single time. No matter what she did, he was always there. It was infuriating. And yet, she thought back to earlier. That moment, that tiny, fleeting smile. Oh, she had seen it. Not a smirk, not a cold grin. A genuine, amused smile. She had never seen him express anything real before. It was always smugness, arrogance, or that unreadable, intimidating aura. But that smile, it was so brief, so unlike him. Eris found herself staring at the ceiling, thinking about it longer than she should have. But then, realization hit her. She sat up quickly, shaking her head. What the hell am I thinking? Her face burned with embarrassment. Why was she even dwelling on his smile? She needed to focus on escaping. No. Eris paused, her expression slowly shifting. If escaping was impossible, then maybe, just maybe, she should make his life hell instead. A wicked smirk spread across her lips. So, Zephyrian, if I can't run from you, then I'll make sure you regret keeping me here. To be continued. Eris woke up with a smirk, stretching her arms as she snickered to herself. If I can't escape, then I'll make his life hell. The perfect plan. She chuckled evilly under her breath, already imagining Zephyrian's furious face when she pushed him to his limit. But then, she noticed the maids. They were standing near her bed, staring at her dumbfounded. Their faces were pale, their eyes wide with confusion. One of them hesitantly asked, My lady, is everything all right?" Eris quickly cleared her throat, schooling her expression into fake innocence. Of course. Why wouldn't it be?" she said, stretching again. "I just had a wonderful dream." The maids exchanged nervous glances, but didn't dare ask further. They helped her get ready, fixing her hair, dressing her up beautifully as usual. But today was different. Because today, she was on a mission. As she made her way downstairs to the dining hall, she spotted him. Zephyrian, sitting calmly at the grand table, sipping his morning tea, looking like a king straight out of a fantasy tale. His long black hair cascaded down his back, his red eyes glowing under the morning light. His jewelry glinted as he moved his hand to pick up a piece of fruit. Eris frowned. Why does he always look so perfect? It's annoying. But not for long. With a mischievous smirk, she approached the table, and just as she reached her seat, she accidentally slipped. Crash. Her hand hit the table, and the glass of juice tipped over, spilling all over Zephyrian's chest. Dead silence. The entire dining hall froze. The maids gasped. The knights flinched. One servant dropped a plate, and another muttered a prayer. Even the wind seemed to stop. The head knight, Cedric, whispered in pure horror, "She's dead." His junior, Orion, grabbed his arm. "No, we're dead. If he gets angry, we might all get burned alive." Another knight, Tobias, looked ready to faint. "Should we run? I think we should run." Cedric shook his head. "No, idiot. If we move, he might notice us. Stay completely still. Maybe he'll forget we exist." The maids, meanwhile, were shaking. One of them muttered, should we bring an ice pack for her swollen face?" Another maid, looking at Zephyrian's completely drenched black tunic, gulped, "No, bring a coffin." They all waited. Eris waited. Inside, she was grinning. He's going to explode. I bet he'll throw the table aside dramatically and roar in rage. But instead, Zephyrian simply looked down at himself. Then, he chuckled. Eris froze. The entire room gasped in disbelief. One knight pinched himself. "Am I dead? Is this the afterlife?" Cedric stared at Zephyrian like he had grown two heads. Did his majesty just laugh? Orion, shaking. "I don't know, but my entire existence feels wrong right now." Meanwhile, Eris was staring at Zephyrian in pure confusion. What? Where was the anger, the irritation? Did he not care? How was he not pissed off? Zephyrian knew. From the moment Eris had walked into the dining hall with that mischievous glint in her eyes, he knew she was up to something. And when she accidentally slipped, sending a glass of juice spilling all over him, he had to resist the urge to laugh. Instead, he simply watched. Watched as the entire hall fell into suffocating silence. Watched as his knights looked ready to flee for their lives. Watched as Eris smirked to herself, thinking she had won some kind of battle. Ah, this little blossom. Zephyrian glanced down at his soaked tunic. Then he chuckled. And just as expected, Eris's entire face dropped. That alone was enough to make this morning entertaining. But the reactions of his knights and servants, priceless. Did his majesty just laugh? Zephyrian heard Cedric, his most loyal knight, whisper in absolute disbelief. Orion, standing beside him, looked as if he had witnessed a miracle. I don't know, but my entire existence feels wrong right now. A maid, clutching her chest, whispered, "Am I dreaming? Did someone curse his majesty? Should we call a priest?" Another knight, Tobias, muttered in horror, "This is it. He's lost his mind. The kingdom is doomed." Zephyrian smirked, taking a sip of his tea, completely unbothered. "It's all right, little Blossom," he said, casually waving a hand. A silence. Dead silence. Eris froze mid-step. Her brain short-circuited. Did he just? Her mouth opened, then closed, then opened again as her entire being screamed in outrage. "What did you just call me?" Zephyrian raised a brow, as if completely unaware of the crime he had just committed. "Little Blossom," he repeated, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Eris twitched violently. "I am not a little blossom." She was 23. She was not some delicate flower. But the way he said it, so casually, so arrogantly, she wanted to throw the entire table at him. Her eye twitched. Take it back. Zephyrian rested his chin on his hand, amused. No. Eris felt her soul leave her body. She turned red with frustration, clenching her fists. "Then I take back my apology." Zephyrian only chuckled again, fully entertained by her rage. Eris gritted her teeth. "He's doing this on purpose." "Xavier," Zephyrian called out. His right-hand man, Xavier, had been frozen in place, staring at him as if he had grown two heads. Zephyrian raised a brow. "Are you deaf now?" Xavier snapped out of it so fast that he nearly tripped over his own feet. "Enno, your majesty." Zephyrian sighed. "Clean this up. Bring me a new set of clothes." Xavier hesitated for a moment, still clearly processing the insanity of the situation, before bowing deeply. "At once, your majesty." Zephyrian turned his gaze back to Eris, who was gaping at him like he had just broken every law of the universe. Then, suddenly, "Wait a damn second. Why aren't you angry?" Zephyrian tilted his head, enjoying this far too much. "Should I be?" Eris's jaw nearly hit the floor. "Yes," she snapped, her hands clenching into fists. "You're supposed to be furious. You're supposed to yell, maybe even throw a fit, punish me something." Zephyrian leaned back, completely at ease. It was just juice. Eris stared at him, looking utterly betrayed. "Just juice. That's not the point." She slammed her hands on the table, glaring at him like an angry kitten. "I spent all morning imagining your angry face, your irritation, and now you're just sitting there looking. She stopped herself. Zephyrian smirked. "Looking what?" Eris huffed, crossing her arms, looking annoyingly calm. "Why?" Zephyrian took another slow sip of his tea before exhaling. "Is this what's bothering you, little Blossom?" The way her face twitched made it so worth it. She gritted her teeth. "You're messing with me, aren't you?" Zephyrian smiled. Who knows? Later that day, as he changed into fresh clothes, he stood near the window, watching. Down below, in the royal gardens, Eris was strolling, seemingly lost in thought. Zephyrian had been observing her for a while now. She always had this determined spark in her eyes, this stubbornness that refused to fade. At first, when she had asked him to kill her, he had found it. Curious. Not fear, not tears, not pleading. She had asked to die. But now she was lively. Annoyed, yes, but not lifeless. Zephyrian smirked to himself. You're a strange little thing, little blossom. And he was going to enjoy this game of hers. To be continued. Eris's POV. Sitting in the royal garden, I let out a deep sigh, staring at the blooming flowers before me. Everything felt so peaceful, but inside I was raging. Zephyrian. That smug, unreadable, frustrating, oversized lizard. He didn't even get angry when I spilled juice all over him. He just sat there, chuckling, as if I had done something amusing rather than ruining his perfectly luxurious black clothes. I gritted my teeth as I replayed that moment in my head. The way he called me Little Blossom, the way he stayed so calm and composed, the way he ordered his assistant without a single trace of irritation. It all made me want to scream. Why isn't he getting angry? I had thought this would be easy. I had expected him to lose his temper, to rage at me, to punish me, to show some kind of reaction. Instead, I got nothing. No yelling, no threats, just a stupid little smirk that made my blood boil. I yanked a flower petal off absent-mindedly. Fine. If he won't get angry, I'll just have to try harder. I started mentally listing every possible way I could irritate and annoy him. Steal his royal cape. Move all his important documents around. Spill ink on his throne. Call him, Your Majesty, the great and mighty stupid lizard. Though that last one was good. I snickered to myself, already feeling satisfied just imagining the look on his face. Let's see how long you can keep that stupid smirk, you smug, oversized reptile. Just as I was getting deeply into my evil planning, a strange feeling crept over me, like I was being watched. I frowned and slowly turned my head but saw nothing. HMPH, probably just my paranoia. I shook off the feeling and returned to my scheming, completely unaware that I was, in fact, being watched. Zephyrian's POV. From the high balcony of my chamber, I observed Eris as she sat in the garden, lost in thought. The moment she snickered to herself, I already knew she was planning something. Again. She truly was persistent, wasn't she? I rested my chin on my hand, watching her tear apart an innocent flower petal as she plotted whatever ridiculous scheme she had in mind. Cute. Most people would tremble before me, but not her. She was still foolish enough to believe she had control over this game, still desperate enough to try and fight me, even in the smallest of ways. Amusing. I could already predict her next actions. She would try something childish and ridiculous to get a reaction out of me. But no matter what she did, I would always be one step ahead. I smirked as I watched her, completely unaware that she was being observed. "You're truly an amusing little blossom, aren't you?" To be continued. Eris's POV. The next morning, I woke up with a grin so wide, it probably looked sinister. Today is the day. Today, Zephyrian, the great and mighty stupid lizard, would finally break. I rolled out of bed, snickering to myself, and as usual, the maids stared at me in pure confusion and fear. Probably because I looked like I was plotting a murder. "So well, you my lady," one of them dared to ask. "Yes," I turned to her, smiling sweetly. Oh, she flinched. "No, nothing," she stammered before quickly bowing her head. "Good." After getting dressed and making myself look presentable enough for breakfast, I marched downstairs, my plan already set in motion. Breakfast table. There he was, sitting gracefully, sipping his tea like the untouchable king he thought he was. Nah, smug as ever. His long, black hair cascaded over his shoulder, and his red eyes glowed faintly in the morning light. His tan skin made his black and gold robes look even more regal, and the ridiculous amount of jewelry only added to his arrogance. Too perfect, too untouchable, I had to ruin it. I took my seat across from him, eyeing him like a predator studying prey. He simply glanced up at me, amused. I cleared my throat dramatically. "Good morning, Your Majesty, the great and mighty stupid lizard." The entire room froze. The maids, frozen. The knights, pale as ghosts. His assistant looked like he was considering quitting his job. Zephyrian. He simply set his teacup down and arched a brow. "Pardon." I smirked. "Oh, I said good morning, Your Majesty, the great and mighty stupid lizard." The air was so tense. I swear I saw one of the knights silently praying for my soul. Zephyrian just stared at me, unreadable as ever. Then, he chuckled. He freaking chuckled. What? I was expecting rage, a glare, maybe even a death threat, but he just found it funny. "You're quite bold, little blossom," he said smoothly, his deep voice dripping with amusement. Oh, he did not just ignore my insult and call me that stupid nickname again. I clenched my fists. "Don't call me that." "Call you what?" He leaned forward, smirking. "Little blossom." I wanted to flip the entire table. Why won't he get angry? "Fine, you want to play lizard. Let's play." I reached for the salt and, ever so innocently, poured a little too much into his tea when he wasn't looking. He took a sip, and then another. I sat there watching, waiting. But he simply set his cup down and looked straight at me. "You'll have to try harder than that," he said. I internally screamed. The knights and servants were silently losing their minds, probably expecting me to be struck by lightning at any moment. But instead, Zephyrian simply continued his breakfast. I groaned and buried my face in my hands. This was going to be harder than I thought. Plan B. Fine. If I can't make him mad, I'll embarrass him. I reached for the fruit platter and grabbed a perfectly ripe grape. With precise aim, I flicked it straight at his forehead. It hit. The room gasped. Zephyrian blinked. Then, slowly, he turned his head to me. I quickly grabbed a second grape and shoved it into my mouth, chewing innocently. "Something wrong, Your Majesty?" I asked with the most innocent eyes I could manage. Zephyrian tilted his head slightly, his eyes glowing faintly. "Did you just throw food at me?" "Me, never," I gasped. "How could I when you are so mighty and wise, oh great and mighty stupid lizard?" I swear I heard a night choke on air. Zephyrian exhaled a slow breath. "You're playing a dangerous game, little blossom." "Am I?" I smiled sweetly. He watched me for a long moment, then he smiled. An actual, genuine smile. The knights froze. The servant stared in horror. His assistant dropped a plate. It was unnerving. Zephyrian never smiled. Zever. What just happened? One of the knights whispered in terror. Did he just smile? Another one asked. "I think I need my eyes checked," a maid muttered. Meanwhile, I was fuming. How is he smiling? And then it hit me. I was getting more frustrated than him. No, 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 no. That's not how this was supposed to go. I was the one who was supposed to watch him get mad. I was the one who was supposed to be amused by his anger. Instead, I was here internally combusting, while he was just smiling like I was a child throwing a tantrum. No, I refuse to lose this battle. I straightened up, my determination doubling. Fine, if annoying him wasn't working. Then I would make his life hell. Let's see how long that smile lasts. Zephyrian's POV. I knew she was planning something. I had been watching her since yesterday, so I already expected trouble. Still, I had to admit she was entertaining. From the moment she greeted me with that ridiculous name, I felt the entire room hold its breath. And when I didn't react, I could almost hear her soul leaving her body. Adorable. Even when she tried to poison my tea with salt, she stared at me like an excited little troublemaker, waiting for me to explode. I didn't. Because watching her slowly lose her mind was much more amusing. Then the grape. She threw food at me. She actually threw food at me. I should have been furious. Instead, I smiled. I watched as the entire room malfunctioned, my knights looking like they'd just witnessed the end of the world. And Eris. Oh, she was seething. Absolutely raging. I sipped my tea, feeling a rare sense of amusement. This game was getting interesting. To be continued. Zephyrian's POV. The library was my sanctuary. A place of silence, knowledge, and order. The vast chamber was filled with ancient scrolls and books collected over centuries, neatly arranged on towering shelves. A golden chandelier bathed the room in warm light, and the scent of aged parchment and ink lingered in the air. I was searching for an old arcane manuscript, one that detailed the origins of dragonkin magic, when thump, then another, and another. The sound of papers falling. I sighed, already knowing the cause of this disturbance before turning around. And there she was. Eris, my little blossom of chaos, standing right in the middle of my study table, documents and scrolls scattered all over the floor. She was holding an ink bottle upside down, letting the dark liquid drip onto the carefully written reports, ruining them beyond repair. And she was laughing, sinisterly, like an actual villain. Her eyes glowed with mischievous delight, her shoulders shaking as she chuckled. "What," I said, voice calm, "do you think you're doing?" She grinned at me, unapologetic. "Oh, just adding some artistic touch to your boring, stupid papers." I stared at the absolute mess she had made. The reports, some written by my most trusted scholars, were now soaked in ink, unreadable. The scrolls were crumpled, torn, and kicked under the table. And some books. Missing. A quick glance at her, hiding something behind her back, told me exactly where they had gone. I inhaled slowly. "Give me the books, little blossom." She tilted her head dramatically. "Books? What books?" I extended my hand. "The ones you're hiding behind your back." She took a step backward, clutching them tighter. "No. Eris." She smirked. "Make me." I sighed, pinching the bridge of my nose. "Do you have a death wish?" She gasped, placing a hand over her chest. "Oh my, your majesty, is that a threat? How terrifying, whatever shall I do?" Her mock horror only deepened my irritation. She was pushing her luck. And she knew it. I took a step forward, and she immediately dashed to the nearest bookshelf, climbing it like a child. I watched, unimpressed, as she pulled herself up, perching on the second shelf like some kind of gremlin. She held my books above her head, grinning smugly. "You know, this library is actually kinda nice," she mused. "Maybe I'll live here from now on." I exhaled sharply. "You are impossible." "And you're too serious," she shot back. "Come down." "Nope." "Eris." "Not a chance, lizard." "Did you just call me a lizard again?" She smirked. "What? Do you prefer great and mighty stupid lizard instead?" I stepped closer, and her smirk faltered slightly. "Wait, what are you?" Before she could react, I reached up and grabbed her by the waist, lifting her off the shelf effortlessly. "Hey, put me down," she yelped, kicking her legs in protest. "You wanted me to make you give me the books," I reminded her dryly. She froze. Then realization dawned on her face. And finally, she scowled. "I hate you." I smirked. "That makes two of us, little blossom." Then, before she could squirm away, I swiftly pinned her to the nearest wall, one hand braced beside her head, the other effortlessly prying the books from her grip. She gasped, eyes widening. What are you? I smirked, leaning in just enough to see her face heat up in irritation. Eris's body tensed. Her breathing hitched for just a second. I leaned in closer. Closer. Her eyes widened slightly, and she looked flustered for the first time. So she thought. She thought I was about to kiss her. How amusing. Her entire body was stiff, her lips slightly parted in shock. I hovered there just long enough to watch realization sink in. She blinked, then scowled. You. I chuckled lowly, stepping back. What's wrong, little blossom? You look disappointed. Her face burned in frustration. As if, you stupid lizard. I laughed, a deep and rich sound that made her even more furious. Keep struggling, little blossom, I murmured, turning away. It's entertaining. She gritted her teeth. I could already tell. She was plotting her next move. And honestly, I couldn't wait to see it. Eris's POV. I hate him. I really, truly, from the bottom of my soul, hate him. That smug, infuriating, ridiculously arrogant, unbearably handsome. No, not handsome. Stupid lizard. I fumed as I stormed out of the library, my face still burning from what just happened. I can't believe I actually thought. No. We are not going there. I shook my head furiously, grinding my teeth as I stomped into the hallway. Stupid lizard, I muttered under my breath. Stupid, smug, oversized reptile. Oh, look at me, I'm the almighty Dragon King. I can pick up people like they weigh nothing. I can pin them to walls and lean in like I'm about to kiss them just to mess with their heads. Oh, I'm so powerful, so untouchable. I kicked a random stone in frustration. ARGH, why did I think he was going to kiss me? I blurted out, slapping my own forehead. The maids walking past froze. They stared at me. I stared back. A silence. Then I slowly turned away and kept walking. Pretend nothing happened, Eris. Just pretend nothing happened. I reached the royal garden and collapsed onto the grass. The cool breeze brushed my face, calming my frustration slightly. I was so close. My plan had been perfect. Ink everywhere, papers ruined beyond saving. I was even perched on top of a freaking bookshelf, and somehow he still got me. And worse, he made me embarrass myself. I groaned, burying my face in my hands. I had never been this frustrated in my entire life. Not when I was reborn into this strange world. Not when I was nearly sacrificed to a dragon. Not even when I realized I was now stuck in this castle. But Zephyrian. Oh, he was driving me insane. And the worst part, he wasn't even angry. No yelling, no throwing a fit, no revenge. Just that stupid, calm, unreadable face. And the smug little chuckle. I glared at the sky. Why does nothing get to HIM? Seriously, I had spilled juice on him. I had tried to escape multiple times. I had ruined his library. And all I got was the chuckle and that annoying little nickname, Little Blossom. I swear, if I had a gold coin for every time he called me that, I'd be the richest person in the world. I grabbed a flower from the grass and crushed it in my palm. Fine. Fine. If I can't escape, then I'll make his life miserable. I smirked, already plotting my next move. Oh, stupid lizard, I whispered to myself. You have no idea what's coming next. To be continued. Zephyrian's POV. The meeting room was filled with the presence of my most trusted people. Xavier, my loyal right hand, Cedric, my strongest knight, and the elders, who had served the kingdom for decades. And then there was her. Eris stood before us, arms crossed, looking both bored and irritated, clearly unaware of why I had called her here. I leaned back in my chair, watching her reaction closely. I was amused, as always. "Why am I here?" she finally asked, her tone sharp. I tapped my fingers on the armrest, because I have an announcement. She narrowed her eyes suspiciously. What kind of announcement? I gave a slow, deliberate smile. I'm planning to marry you in a week. A silence. Eris froze. Then, she choked on air. Xavier coughed to cover his amusement, and Cedric looked like he had just witnessed the most unbelievable thing in history. The elders, however, nodded approvingly, as if I had just stated something completely normal. Meanwhile, Eris was in a full-blown crisis. She stumbled back, waving her hands wildly. Excuse me," she wheezed. I simply watched, entertained. Her reactions were always fun. Wait, she placed a hand on her forehead, taking deep breaths. You're kidding, right? Right. I raised an eyebrow. Do I look like I'm joking? She gawked at me. Yes, you stupid lizard. Xavier had to cover his mouth to stop himself from laughing. Cedric cleared his throat, clearly trying to remain serious, while the elders acted as if she hadn't just insulted their king. Eris was not done. She turned to everyone else in the room, gesturing wildly. Are you all just going to accept this insanity? She demanded. One elder spoke first. A wise decision, Your Majesty. The kingdom has long awaited its queen. Another elder nodded. An heir will be needed soon. Eris froze again. Her soul nearly left her body. Heir, she screeched, turning back to me with pure horror in her eyes. I smirked. Well, that is what happens when people get married. Her face burned red. I had never seen someone this close to an emotional breakdown. You, she pointed a shaky finger at me. You cannot just drop this on me. I tilted my head. I just did. She looked ready to explode. But WHY, she finally shouted. I tapped my fingers, pretending to think. Then, in the calmest voice possible, I said, because your foolish little attempts at escape, And your irritating antics have made me fall in love with you." The room froze. The elders blinked. The knights looked like their souls had been sucked out of their bodies. Xavier dropped a scroll. Cedric choked on air. Eris. Eris stood completely still, like a statue, like a broken doll, like she had just been struck by lightning. I was highly amused. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, she slowly turned to me, her mouth opening and closing, as if her brain had completely stopped functioning. Did you just say what I think you just said?" She whispered, her voice shaking. I smiled. I did. A long, long silence. Then, "No." She shook her head aggressively. "No, no. Yes," I corrected. "No. Yes. No. Yes." "Stop saying yes." I leaned forward slightly, resting my chin on my hand. She was so easy to tease. "Eris, you've been trying to escape me since day one," I stated smoothly. "Yet here you are, still in my castle. If I didn't like that persistence of yours, I would have thrown you to the wolves." She gasped. You cruel." But I continued, my voice dropping slightly. It was amusing. "Watching you fight, watching you scheme, watching you glare at me like you're doing right now." Her glare intensified. I smirked. It made me realize I'd rather have you by my side than anywhere else. The room was dead silent. Xavier was staring at me like I had grown two heads. Cedric was gripping his sword, like he was going through an emotional crisis. The elders, to my surprise, actually looked pleased. And Eris. She was losing her mind. I could see it. I could feel it. Her hands were shaking, her breathing was heavy, and her entire body looked tense. Then, she slowly raised her hands to her face. She let out a deep, deep breath. And then, in the most calm, deadpan voice I had ever heard her use, she muttered, "I hate you." I chuckled. "That's fine," I replied smoothly. She lowered her hands. And then, she took the deepest breath possible before screaming, "I am not Maryngu." Then she stormed out of the room, slamming the doors so hard that the walls shook. The silence that followed was glorious. I turned to Xavier and Cedric. Xavier was holding his forehead. Cedric was still gripping his sword. Finally, Cedric let out a slow, shaky breath. "My king," he said carefully, did you just say you fell in love with her?" I smiled. I did. Xavier's eye twitched. "But you never love anyone." "Correct," I said, "and yet here we are." The elders, still smiling, gave approving nods. "A fine queen indeed," one said. "A true challenge for his majesty," another agreed. Xavier and Cedric, however, looked like they were having an existential crisis. Finally, Cedric groaned, running a hand through his hair. "This is going to be a mess." Xavier sighed. "A very, very big mess." I merely leaned back in my chair, highly entertained. Because if I knew one thing, Eris wasn't done yet, and neither was I. To be continued. POV. The grand palace of Eldoria, a kingdom of eternal winter, stood tall amidst the snowy mountains. Inside the royal chamber, a tall, elegant figure with long silver-white hair sat leisurely, a goblet of fine elven wine in his hand. His piercing, icy blue eyes scanned through a parchment lazily until his gaze froze at a particular line. His brows twitched. His relaxed expression stiffened. His fingers tightened around the goblet. Zephyrian, he muttered, reading the words again. The Dragon King of Obsidian Hold has announced his marriage to a human maiden, the soon-to-be Queen of Draconia. A heavy silence filled the room. The white dragon blinked. Then, what? The goblet in his hand shattered. The servants in the room flinched in terror. A knight dropped his sword. Even the chandelier trembled slightly at the sheer force of his sudden rage. Zephyrian, marriage, he hissed, standing up so fast that the chair nearly toppled over. A servant nervously approached. Your Majesty, are you all right? The white dragon turned to him slowly, his eyes glowing. Does this look like I'm all right? He snapped. The servant wisely took a step back. A knight hesitated before cautiously asking, Is it surprising, my lord? The white dragon turned to him in disbelief. Surprising, surprising. This is beyond shocking. That black-scaled bastard has never even looked at a woman for centuries. He hates humans. He despises romance. He kills people for breathing too loudly. The knights nodded in agreement. And now he's suddenly getting married. The white dragon started packing furiously. To a human, no less. He ranted, running a frustrated hand through his silver hair. What kind of witchcraft is this? Did she put a spell on him? Did he hit his head? Did he lose a bet? The knights and servants remained silent. Because, honestly, they were wondering the same thing. The white dragon clenched his jaw before abruptly turning to his attendant. Prepare my wyverns, he ordered coldly. The knight stiffened. Why, your Majesty? I'm going to Draconia. His voice was sharp as ice. I need to see this madness with my own eyes. A servant hesitated before whispering, B. But your Majesty, W. What if it's real? The white dragon froze. The entire room went silent. Then, slowly, he turned his head, his glowing blue eyes so cold it could freeze the sun. You think Zephyrian fell in love? His voice was deadly calm. The servant swallowed hard. No, your Majesty, I meant. A long pause. Then, the white dragon scoffed. Impossible. He waved a hand dismissively. The day Zephyrian actually falls in love is the day I start respecting him. The knights winced. The attendants sighed. The servants quietly prayed for peace. But deep down, they all knew one thing. Zephyrian was about to have an unexpected guest. And things were about to get even more chaotic. Us POV. Far away from Draconia, in the volcanic lands of Ignisvale, A kingdom filled with burning rivers of lava and towering black mountains. Another dragon king received the news. Unlike the icy silence of Eldoria, the moment the red dragon read the announcement, PFFT, BWHHHHHHA. A loud, booming laughter shook the entire fiery palace. A goblet of wine spilled over the table. Scrolls and gold coins clattered to the floor. The servants in the chamber stared in horror. Because their king, the most fearsome red dragon of Ignisvale, was kicking his feet in the air like an excited child. I can't believe it, he howled, clutching his stomach. ZHPHIRION. GTTING married. OH, this is the best day of my life. He threw his head back, wiping away tears of pure joy. The royal advisor hesitantly stepped forward. Why, Your Majesty? HAHAHAHAHA. The red dragon paused mid-laugh, then turned to the advisor with the biggest, cheekiest grin. Bring me my best wine. No, bring me all my wine. He dramatically waved his hands. This calls for a celebration. The servants exchanged confused glances. Your Majesty, one of them whispered, are you happy about this? The red dragon grinned wider. Of course I am, he bellowed, slamming his fist on the table with excitement. Do you understand what this means? That grumpy, brooding, I have no emotions dragon finally has a woman in his life. He snickered, leaning back in his chair. Oh, I can't wait to see the look on his face. He wiggled his eyebrows mischievously. I bet he's struggling to act all serious and scary while secretly melting inside. Ha! The knights and advisors blinked. One brave knight whispered, So, should we prepare for war? The red dragon paused. Then he snorted. War, PFFFT? No, this is entertainment. He kicked his feet up onto the table, grabbing another goblet of wine. In fact, someone send a letter to Draconia. I'm coming to visit. The advisor paled. Your Majesty, that's not wise. SHHH, the red dragon smirked. I need to see this woman who managed to capture Zephyrian's cold, black heart. He chuckled devilishly. And maybe tease him until he regrets ever being born. To be continued. Zephyrian's castle. Zephyrian was already regretting his life choices. The moment Valerian arrived at the castle, he practically tackled him in a suffocating hug. My dear old friend, Valerian grinned, squeezing him tightly. You're finally getting married. Oh, this is the best news I've heard in centuries. Zephyrian exhaled sharply, struggling to push him off. Valerian, release me before I burn you alive. Valerian only laughed, kicking his feet in excitement like an overgrown child. Before Zephyrian could escape, the doors to the throne room swung open again, and this. Selim entered. Unlike Valerian, he wasn't smiling. In fact, he looked like he was experiencing a full mental breakdown. He strode forward, grabbed Zephyrian by the collar, and started shaking him. Are you out of your mind? Selim demanded. You, married, to a human. Valerian cackled as Zephyrian simply sighed in exhaustion. "Stop shaking me," Selim Zephyrian muttered. "You look ridiculous." "Ridiculous?" Selim snapped. "What's ridiculous is you marrying someone. What happened to I will never need a queen? What happened to—" "Humans are weak and insignificant," Valerian finished teasingly. Selim paused, staring at Zephyrian in horror. "Don't tell me. You've actually fallen in love." Zephyrian smirked, but before he could reply, the throne room doors burst open again. A furious heiress stormed in, her blue eyes blazing. "You stupid, overgrown lizard. What the hell is wrong with you?" she shouted, marching straight toward Zephyrian. Valerian and Selim froze at the sheer intensity of her rage. Zephyrian simply raised a brow. "How dare you make that announcement without telling me?" Eris ranted. "Who gave you the right?" She stopped mid-rant. Her furious glare froze, her mouth slightly open as her eyes landed on the two unfamiliar figures. A tall, white-haired man with a sharp, noble face and golden eyes was staring at her in shock. Next to him, a red-haired man with bright crimson eyes was trying, and failing, to hold back his laughter. There was a moment of complete silence. Eris blinked. Selim, still shocked, blinked. Valerian grinned. Zephyrian watched, completely amused. Eris slowly looked between the two dragons, then at Zephyrian, then back at the dragons. Her face flushed red. Zug. She cleared her throat and suddenly took a step back. For the first time, she didn't know what to say. Valerian grinned mischievously. "Oh, who's this little firecracker?" Selim, still looking at her in confusion, adjusted his royal cloak. "Is this the human?" Zephyrian finally stood up, stepping forward with his usual calm arrogance. "Eris," he purred, enjoying her embarrassment. "You're interrupting an important conversation." Eris snapped out of her daze and immediately glared. "I wouldn't have interrupted if you didn't drop that bombshell about marriage," she hissed, pointing at him. Valerian burst into laughter. "Oh, I like her." Selim, however, still looked deeply confused. He glanced at Zephyrian, then at Eris, then back at Zephyrian. "This is your bride?" he asked, as if trying to process the information. Zephyrian smirked. "Yes." Eris choked on air again. "No, I am not." "Not yet," Zephyrian interrupted smoothly. Valerian clapped enthusiastically. "Oh, this is going to be fun." Selim rubbed his temples. "This is going to give me a headache." Eris, flustered and furious, took a deep breath and turned to Zephyrian. "We are not done talking about this." Zephyrian chuckled, his red eyes gleaming with amusement. "Oh, little blossom," he murmured. A silence. Selim and Valerian both choked violently. Selim almost fell to the floor, coughing. Valerian clutched his stomach, gasping. Did he just Valerian wheezed, eyes wide in disbelief. Selim looked pale. "I think I need a drink." Eris froze in shock before her face turned red with pure irritation. Stop calling me that, you stupid lizard, she snapped, fuming. Valerian gasped dramatically. She called him a lizard. I love her. Zephyrian smirked. Selim looked like he was on the verge of fainting. This was not what he expected today. To be continued. Zephyrian's castle. Zephyrian sat stiffly on his throne, arms crossed, his crimson gaze locked onto the two people currently ruining his life. Eris and Valerian. They had met 5 minutes ago. And in those 5 minutes, they had become inseparable. Valerian, the red dragon, had declared Eris his new little sister. Eris, in return, had found an instant best friend. And the two of them, well, they were now teaming up against Zephyrian. You mean to tell me, Eris said, leaning against Valerian with a smug grin, that I've been calling him stupid lizard this whole time, and there were so many better options. Oh, absolutely, Valerian grinned. And lucky for you, I have plenty of names for our dear brooding king. Zephyrian's I twitched. Valerian. Let's see, Valerian pretended to think. There's Zephy. Eris gasped. Oh, that's perfect. I know, right. Zephyrian let out a low growl. Do not. Valerian continued. Then we have dark and grumpy, dramatic overlord and my personal favorite, your royal moodiness. Eris snickered. That last one is perfect. Your royal moodiness, could you pass me some tea? Selim, the white dragon, stood off to the side, watching this unfold with a face of pure exhaustion. He had been mentally prepared for Zephyrian's marriage to be chaotic. He was not prepared for this. Are you two finished? Zephyrian asked, voice flat. Not even close, Valerian said cheerfully. Eris grinned. We still have a whole list of names to go through. Selim sighed, rubbing his temples. I am begging you both to stop. I can feel my lifespan decreasing. Don't be so dramatic, Snowflake Valerian said, slapping Selim on the back. Selim closed his eyes. I am suffering. Meanwhile, Zephyrian was glaring daggers at his new biggest problem. His new wife and his oldest friend joining forces. Valerian grinned. Don't look so mad, Zephy. You should be happy. You finally have a loving, affectionate family. Zephyrian's voice was deadpan. I will throw you off this castle. Eris smirked. Ah, don't be mad, my dear royal moodiness. Valerian snapped his fingers. Oh, what about little brood? Zephyrian's jaw clenched. Selim looked to the sky, whispering to himself, I need patience. I need strength. I need new friends. To be continued. The throne room was dimly lit, the scent of burning incense heavy in the air. Blue flames flickered along the walls, casting long, eerie shadows. At the heart of the darkness, the villain sat on his throne, his fingers tapping against the armrest as he stared into the swirling mist of a magical orb. Inside the orb, an image flickered, a young woman standing in the royal garden. Eris. Her black silk hair cascaded over her shoulders, her sharp eyes glimmering with mischief as she plucked a flower and toyed with its petals. The way the breeze played with her locks The subtle smirk on her lips, it was mesmerizing. He hadn't summoned the orb to see her. No, his purpose had been simple: to spy on Zephyrian, to find weaknesses, to plan his downfall. But now, his hand clenched. The moment he saw her, something inside him shifted. She was exquisite. His breathing grew slow, controlled, yet his heart pounded with a strange, unexpected desire. Her defiance, the way she carried herself, the way she looked at Zephyrian with frustration and challenge, it was intoxicating. He smirked. So, the mighty Zephyrian has taken a bride. How ironic. The heartless black dragon, feared by the entire world, had fallen for a mere human. But what if she was stolen? What if she was taken from him, just as he had taken everything from me? The thought slithered into his mind like poison, wrapping around him. His smirk deepened as a sinister chuckle escaped his lips. Yes. He would take her, not now, after the wedding. When Zephyrian was at his peak of victory, basking in his happiness, he would strike. The villain leaned closer to the orb, tracing the outline of Eris's face with a gloved finger. Eris, you will be my greatest weapon. But was it only about revenge? His vision clouded for a moment as a different image took form, Eris standing beside him, dressed in the finest silks, adorned in his colors. Her lips curled in frustration, her fiery spirit refusing to submit to him. She would fight, argue, resist, but in the end she would be his. His. The goblet in his hand cracked under his grip. He exhaled, forcing himself to focus. This is not about her, he muttered. This is about him. Zephyrian. His hatred burned deep, a wound that had festered for too long. The black dragon had taken everything from him: his home, his power, his very existence. And now he had this woman, this fascinating, infuriating woman. The villain let out a slow, dark laugh. Enjoy your little happiness, Zephyrian. His crimson eyes gleamed with malice as he leaned back into his throne. Because soon, I will take her, and everything you hold dear will crumble into dust. To be continued. Ah, what a beautiful day. The sun was shining, the birds were chirping, and most importantly, I had successfully made two of the most powerful dragons in existence suffer. Well, suffer might be a strong word. Let's just say I had successfully annoyed them to the point of frustration, and that was a win in my book. Valerian, my new not blood-related but absolutely chaotic big brother, was laughing beside me as we continued our mission of teasing Selim, the white dragon. Honestly, I think we were doing a great job. The way he kept pinching the bridge of his nose like he was holding back the urge to strangle us. Perfect. I don't understand how I ended up here, Selim muttered, looking like he aged 100 years. Oh, come on, I said, leaning back against the bench with a satisfied sigh. You love us. Selim shot me a deadpan look. No, I tolerate you. Same thing, Valerian chimed in with a cheeky grin. Meanwhile, Mr. Brooding Lizard King himself, Zephyrian, was sitting silently beside Selim, arms crossed like he was above all of this nonsense. Except, I knew him well enough now to notice the way his jaw twitched slightly. Oh, was His Majesty finally running out of patience? Good, I was just getting started. I turned to Zephyrian with my sweetest, most innocent smile. Why so quiet, Your Majesty? Are we ruining your dramatic, mysterious aura? Valerian snorted. I think he's just mad we're not worshipping him like the rest of the world does. Oh, you're right, I gasped, placing a hand on my chest in fake shock. How terrible of us. Forgive us, mighty black dragon king. Zephyrian's crimson eyes flickered toward me, but instead of getting annoyed like I expected, he just sighed. Tongue. No glare, no threats, not even a smug comeback. I frowned. You're not fun anymore. He finally looked at me properly, one brow slightly raised. I was never meant to be fun. Yeah, well, too late. You're stuck with me now. Valerian and I high-fived again, while Selim just groaned, probably questioning his life choices. I stretched, feeling the warmth of the sun against my skin. It was strange, really. For the first time in forever, I felt light. No running, no survival instincts kicking in. Just a peaceful moment with people I could actually call friends. Maybe, just maybe. I glanced at Valerian, my overly excited dragon brother who treated me like his favorite troublemaking sibling. Then at Selim, my handsome but eternally stressed friend who sighed in defeat at everything. And then there was Zephyrian, the stupid lizard. I was about to make some snarky comment at him when I noticed something. He was already looking at me. Why? The world around me suddenly faded into the background. His crimson eyes held mine, intense and unreadable. It was like he was searching for something, but I didn't know what. For a second, just a second, my heart stuttered. What was that? I quickly looked away, clearing my throat. Nope. No way. That was just weird. Probably nothing. Yep, absolutely nothing. But then why did my chest feel strangely warm? No, not thinking about it. Absolutely not. Pushing away the thought, I turned to Valerian with a mischievous grin. All right, what's our next plan to make these two suffer? Valerian's eyes lit up. Oh, I have many ideas. From the corner of my eye, I saw Zephyrian still looking at me, but I ignored it. Because this was just another stupid lizard moment. Nothing more, right? To be continued. The castle was silent, the only sound being the distant howl of the wind outside. I lay in my bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. It wasn't because I wasn't tired. I was. My body ached, my eyelids were heavy, yet my mind refused to rest. Whose body is this? The thought had been haunting me for days, creeping in during every moment of silence. I wasn't born as heiress. I was someone else before all of this. So why was I here? Why was I reincarnated into this body? And what would happen to me in the end? Would I disappear when the real heiress returned? Was I even real? I turned to my side, frustration bubbling in my chest. No matter how much I tried to ignore it, the questions kept clawing at me. And then, as if the universe wanted to make things worse. Thirst decided to add itself to my list of problems. I sighed, sitting up. My throat was dry, and ignoring it wasn't going to help. Pushing the thoughts aside, I wrapped a shawl around myself and reached for the glass of water on my bedside table. It's empty. Just my luck. With a grumble, I slipped out of bed, walking toward the water pitcher near the window. The room was dim, only illuminated by the pale glow of the moon. I poured myself a drink, taking slow sips when suddenly... footsteps. I froze. The sound was distant, almost too quiet to notice, but I had heard it. A slow, deliberate step in the otherwise silent castle. My grip tightened around the glass. Maybe it was a passing guard. Maybe it was just my imagination. But why did it feel wrong? The unease in my chest grew stronger. Setting the glass down, I walked toward the door and slowly turned the handle. Nothing. The hallway was empty. I exhaled sharply, shaking my head. I need to stop overthinking, I muttered to myself, closing the door again. But the moment I turned back toward my bed, a shiver ran down my spine. I could feel it. Someone was watching me. The air in the room felt heavier. My heartbeat quickened as my gaze slowly traveled to my chamber's balcony. And then I saw him. A figure stood outside the glass doors, bathed in the moonlight. He was tall, his features sharp and eerie, but what sent pure terror coursing through my veins was the grin on his face. Wide, unnatural, hungry. But the worst part, he had one horn. A clawed hand slowly traced the glass, fingers dragging as if he were touching me through it. His lips moved in a silent whisper, but I couldn't hear what he was saying. My body refused to move. My breath caught in my throat. Then his grin widened. That was it. I bolted. Without a second thought, I ran out of my chamber, my feet barely making a sound against the cold marble floors. I didn't care where I was going. There was only one place I knew I would be safe. Zephyrian. I didn't even knock. I slammed open the doors to his chamber, practically throwing myself inside. Zephyrian. My voice came out breathless and panicked. The black dragon king stirred, his crimson eyes blinking open, groggy from sleep. He was shirtless, his long black hair draping over his bare shoulders as he sat up, clearly not expecting a midnight visitor. What? His voice was rough, laced with sleep, but the moment he saw my pale face, his expression sharpened. I stood there, breathless, clutching the fabric of my nightgown tightly in my fists. My entire body trembled. Then, before I even realized what I was doing, I moved. I ran straight to his bed, switching with go, and hugged him tightly. My arms wrapped around him like a lifeline, my fingers clutching onto his back. My face pressed against his chest, and I shook. Tremors racked my entire body as I buried myself in his warmth, desperate to feel safe. I didn't care about pride. I didn't care that it was him. I just knew I was terrified. Zephyrian tensed, caught off guard. His body went still for a second, as if he wasn't sure how to react. Then, slowly, his arms came up and wrapped around me. His hand rested on the back of my head, pressing me into his warmth. His voice was calm, steady, and lower than usual. What happened? I couldn't speak. My breath came in short gasps, my heart pounding so loudly I could barely hear anything else. He exhaled, his grip on me tightening. Eris. I swallowed, my voice barely a whisper. There's someone, I rasped out, on my balcony. The air around us shifted. The room, which had been warm a moment ago, suddenly felt like the calm before a storm. Zephyrian's expression darkened, his glowing red eyes turning deadly. He moved. Effortlessly, he scooped me up in his arms in bridal style, as if I weighed nothing, and began walking toward the door. I was still clutching onto him, my fingers digging into his skin, so I couldn't exactly protest. A few minutes later, he kicked open another pair of doors. Wake up. The entire castle might have heard his voice. There was a loud thud, followed by a groan. Why are you like this? Selim grumbled, rubbing his temples. 5 more minutes, Valerian mumbled, rolling over on his bed like a lazy cat. Zephyrian didn't have time for this. There was an intruder, he said sharply. Both of them snapped awake. What? Selim's tired expression vanished. Wait, where? Valerian sat up, now looking more alert. Zephyrian, still holding me, simply turned and strode toward my chamber. When we arrived, the balcony doors were closed. Nothing seemed out of place. The eerie presence from before was completely gone. There's no one here, Selim said, frowning. Not a single trace of him. I stood there, shaking. Was I hallucinating? No, I saw him. I know I did. Describe him. Selim's voice snapped me out of my thoughts, their expressions tense. Swallowing hard, I told them everything. His silver hair, his one black horn, and that creepy, sickening smile. The moment I finished, silence fell over the room. Zephyrian stiffened. Valerian's usual playful expression disappeared. Selim looked like he had seen a ghost. I frowned. Hey, why are you all looking like that? No answer. Then I saw it. Fear. For the first time, Zephyrian, the cold, untouchable dragon king, looked shaken. His hands curled into fists, his red eyes darkening. And then, in a voice so low it was almost a whisper, he muttered, "This can't be, he was supposed to be dead." My stomach dropped. "W, what do you mean?" I demanded. "Who is he?" A silence. None of them spoke. Not Zephyrian. Not Selim. Not Valerian. But one thing was clear. This wasn't just any ordinary threat. Whoever that man was, he was someone from Zephyrian's past. Someone who shouldn't even be alive. Then why? Why were all 3 dragons so terrified? And more importantly, how did Zephyrian know him? Who was he? And what did he want with me? To be continued. Eris Pav. I sat on the edge of the bed, my legs dangling over the side, feeling utterly lost. Zephyrian was right beside me, his posture stiff, his face shadowed with tension. Across the room, Valerian and Selim were packing back and forth, their expressions grim. It was strange. No, it was terrifying. I had never seen Zephyrian this quiet before, this tense. Valerian, the one who always had something playful or ridiculous to say, wasn't joking. He wasn't even smiling. His golden red eyes flickered with deep concern as he walked in circles. And Selim. Selim looked like he wanted to bash his head against the wall. His silver-white hair was a mess from all the times he had run his fingers through it, and his usual composed, princely aura was completely shattered. The room was filled with this heavy, suffocating silence. And I, who had just barely managed to stop shaking, was the only one confused. I glanced at Zephyrian, hopping for an explanation. Okay, I started slowly, folding my arms. Is anyone going to tell me what the hell is going on? Nothing. Zephyrian's crimson eyes remained glued to the floor, his brows knitted in thought. He looked like he was somewhere else entirely. Selim muttered something under his breath, rubbing his temples. Valerian shot Zephyrian a look. You should tell her. Tell me what? Tell me what? I demanded, frustration bubbling inside me. Can someone please explain why you all suddenly look like you've seen a ghost? Another silence. I was going to lose my mind. Zephyrian, I turned to him again, trying to keep my voice steady. What was that thing? Who was he? His jaw clenched. A long, heavy pause filled the room. Then, finally, he's someone who should not exist. My stomach twisted at his words. Someone who should not exist. I frowned. What the hell does that even mean? Selim sighed deeply, shaking his head. This is bad, really bad. Yeah, no shit, Selim. Valerian shot back, running a hand through his red hair. We all know that. Then instead of panicking, we should figure out what to do. Zephyrian exhaled sharply, his claws slightly digging into the sheets. There is nothing we can do. Not yet. I stared at him, still so damn confused. Who was that man? Why did Zephyrian look so shaken? And why were all three dragons acting like the world was about to collapse? What were they not telling me? All right, enough of this, I huffed, standing up. You two, I pointed at Valerian and Selim, go get some sleep. Valerian raised a brow. Excuse me. You heard me. I crossed my arms. Standing here and packing won't solve anything, and you both look like you haven't slept in years. So go. Now. Selim scoffed. I'm not a child. Then don't act like one. I shot back. Valerian blinked, then smirked. Damn, that's my sister, Icy King. Selim sighed heavily, muttering something about how Zephyrian was cursed to be surrounded by idiots. But, to my surprise, they actually listened and left. And just like that, it was just me and Zephyrian. A strange, tense silence settled between us. For the first time, I noticed how pale he looked. His crimson eyes, always so sharp and untouchable, were clouded, tired, haunted. The mighty Dragon King, who had terrified an entire world, looked terrified himself. I had never seen him like this, not once. I should have asked him again, should have demanded answers. But before I could stop myself, I moved. And without thinking, I held him close. Zephyrian stiffened immediately, his body going rigid under my touch. But I didn't care. I didn't know what the hell was going on, or who that man was, or why they were all so scared. But right now, I just held him, as if he were the most precious thing in the world, as if letting go would break him. I wasn't even sure why I did it. Maybe because I was still shaken from that man's eerie gaze. Maybe because, for the first time, Zephyrian looked breakable. Maybe because, deep down, wasn't just dangerous. It was terrifying. And if Zephyrian was afraid, then I should be, too. I felt his muscles slowly relax against me, his sharp claws lowering slightly. Then, to my surprise, I felt his arms wrap around me in return. He didn't speak. He didn't pull away. He just held me. It was the first time I had ever seen him like this. The first time I had ever felt this kind of warmth from him. And strangely, it felt safe. I wasn't sure who moved first, but before I knew it, I was lying in bed with him beside me. His arm was still loosely wrapped around my waist, his breathing steady, but his body still felt tense, like he was lost in deep thought. I stared at the ceiling for a moment, feeling my own heart race. Then I closed my eyes. Maybe, just for tonight, we could both rest. And for the first time since this nightmare began, we slept, held close in each other's arms. To be continued. Zephyrian's Pav. The morning light streamed through the vast windows of the chamber, casting a golden glow over the room. The warmth of the sun barely touched me, but the warmth of her, the small, fragile human curled against my chest, was something else entirely. Eris. She was sleeping peacefully in my arms, her breathing soft and steady. For the first time since she arrived in my castle, she looked at peace. And for the first time since I took her in, she wasn't having nightmares. Usually, I would wake up in the middle of the night, hearing her mumbling in her sleep, whimpering from the memories of her past life. But last night, nothing. She had clung to me, held me close, and drifted into a dreamless sleep, as if I was her safe place. I didn't move. Didn't dare to. I just watched her. Her long, silk-black hair spread over the sheets like a shadow, her delicate features relaxed, her lips slightly parted as she breathed softly. She looked beautiful. And I, for the first time in my existence, just stared. No teasing. No smirking. No amusement. Just silence. Just her. Eris. The foolish, stubborn human who had once looked me dead in the eye and said, "Kill me." And now she was asleep in my arms, trusting me with something as fragile as her peace. My fingers twitched slightly, resisting the urge to brush away the stray strand of hair that had fallen across her face. What was this? What was this feeling that made my chest feel tight? I clenched my jaw, shifting my gaze away. I couldn't afford to get attached. Not when he was back. Not when the past I buried was starting to resurface. I exhaled quietly, my gaze drifting back to Eris. She had no idea. No idea how much danger she was in now. No idea that he was watching. No idea that her very existence had awakened a nightmare I thought I had sealed away. I wouldn't let him take her. Not her. Not now. Not ever. I tightened my hold around her just slightly, my crimson eyes darkening. No matter what it took, I would protect her. Because now, he is back. I let out a quiet breath, staring at her one last time. She looked so peaceful, so soft, so fragile. And then out of nowhere, she kicked me, hard. A low grunt left my throat as I almost fell off the bed from the sheer force of it. What in the... I turned my head sharply, only to see her smirking in her sleep like she was dreaming of something delightful. And judging by her expression, she was dreaming about kicking my face. A vein almost popped in my forehead. The audacity. Here I was, having some deep moment of reflection, swearing to protect her, thinking about all the threats lurking in the shadows. And she was dreaming about kicking me. I scowled, rubbing the sore spot on my stomach where her knee had brutally landed. The worst part. She looked satisfied, like she won some kind of battle. A sigh escaped me as I stared at her. I could burn this entire world down, yet I couldn't do anything about this infuriating human in my arms. I closed my eyes for a brief moment. One day, Eris, one day I will get my revenge for this. But for now, I let her stay in my arms. Even if she was a violent sleeper with a personal grudge against me. To be continued. Eris Pav. Warm. For once, I wasn't waking up in a cold sweat. For once, I didn't feel exhausted or drained from another round of nightmares from my past life. No shadows lurking in my mind. No screams. No pain. Just peace. I slowly blinked my eyes open, adjusting to the golden morning light seeping through the windows. The silk sheets beneath my fingers felt softer than ever, and the cold morning breeze barely reached me. This was nice. For the first time since I woke up in this world, I felt rested. I stretched lazily, a small content sigh escaping my lips. Maybe, just maybe, this wasn't the worst place to live after all. That was until I turned my head and saw. No one. I blinked once, twice. Then sat up, looking around my room in confusion. Where was he? My eyes darted toward the bedside, expecting to see a certain stupid lizard, but Nothing. No sign of him. Not even the faintest trace that he had been here. Not a blanket tossed aside. Not a single black scale. Not even his usual infuriating presence. A frown tugged at my lips as annoyance started bubbling in my chest. That overgrown reptile just left without waking me up. Without a single word. Without so much as a good morning, little blossom to irritate me. I gritted my teeth. That stupid lizard. I cursed it under my breath, grabbing a pillow and violently throwing it at the empty side of the bed as if it was his fault. I wasn't expecting him to stick around or anything, but at least a warning. At least some dramatic announcement like he always does. Typical Zephyrian. Always doing whatever he wanted. I was going to punch him later. With a huff, I flopped back onto the bed, staring at the ceiling. That's when my mind wandered back to last night. To the reason I ran into Zephyrian's room in the first place. To the man. I stiffened slightly. The man with the single horn. I could still see him in my mind. His eerie smile. The way he touched my window as if he was touching me. That hungry look in his eyes. Who was he? And why did I feel like he wasn't just a stranger? A cold shiver ran down my spine. I clutched the sheets beneath my fingers, my heart pounding against my ribs. Something about him felt wrong. And the way Zephyrian reacted last night. The way he looked terrified. Like he knew exactly who the man was. Like this wasn't just some random intruder. What are you hiding, Zephyrian? And more importantly, who was that man? I groaned, rolling out of bed and heading downstairs for breakfast. As I approached the dining hall, I heard low, serious voices. Zephyrian, Valerian, Selim. They were talking about something important. I stopped at the entrance, trying to listen, but the moment I stepped inside, they all went silent. Valerian, who had been deep in thought, immediately lit up when he saw me. Eris, he grinned, standing up. You're awake. Before I could respond, he rushed over and pulled me into a hug. I didn't sleep at all last night. I was too worried, he whined. Selim sighed, crossing his arms. We told you she was fine. But even he looked a little relieved. I blinked at him. Was Selim actually showing concern? Zephyrian, on the other hand, was leaning back in his chair, watching me with an unreadable look. I frowned. What were you three talking about? A silence. Valerian quickly dropped the hug and turned away, whistling suspiciously. Selim looked at Zephyrian. And Zephyrian. He just took a sip of his tea. Calm, silent, too casual. Nothing important, he finally said. Liar. I narrowed my eyes. They were hiding something. And I was going to find out. But before I could question them, crash. A cup suddenly fell from Valerian's hand, spilling tea all over Selim's lap. A long, terrifying silence filled the room. I stared at the mess. Valerian stared at the mess. Selim stared at the mess. And then, "Run!" Valerian yelped before dashing out of the room. "Valerion, you idiot!" Selim roared, grabbing a napkin and chasing after him. I stood there, blinking, then turned to Zephyrian. He calmly took another sip of his tea. "Do they do this often?" I asked. He smirked. "Every morning." I sighed, shaking my head. Maybe, just maybe. This place isn't so bad. To be continued. Eris's POV. The royal garden was more peaceful than ever today, the scent of fresh flowers filling the air as I strolled through the vibrant greenery. The gentle rustling of leaves and the distant chirping of birds were soothing, almost making me forget the chaos of the past few days. Almost. Just as I was about to sit on a stone bench, I caught sight of small figures peeking from behind a tree. My brows furrowed in curiosity. Who? As I stepped closer, tiny giggles reached my ears. Maid's kids, I muttered to myself. The moment they realized they were caught, they huddled together, whispering in hushed voices before one of them. A little girl with pigtails bravely stepped forward. Miss Eris, are you a villain?" I blinked. What? Another child, a boy with chubby cheeks, nodded rapidly. "You always glare at Lord Zephyrian, and you try to run away a lot." I gasped dramatically, placing a hand on my chest. "Excuse me, I'm not a villain." "That's what a villain would say," the little girl said, crossing her arms. I gaped at them before sighing. "I give up fine, I'm the villain. Now, what are you all doing here?" The kids beamed at me, suddenly becoming comfortable as they circled around me excitedly. I sat down on the grass, and before I knew it, I was playing with them, pretending to be a dragon slayer, dodging their tiny attacks and laughing freely for the first time in so long. And it felt nice, warm. For the first time, I felt loved. Not feared, not ignored, just seen. I didn't know how much time passed, but eventually we all sat down, exhausted from the pretend battle. The little girl plopped down beside me, her big eyes shining with curiosity. "Big Sis Eris," she called sweetly, making my heart soften. I hummed in response. She grinned. "Are you Lord Zephyrian's wife?" I choked. "What?" The other kids joined in, nodding. "Yeah, you're always with him. And you always yell at him. But you never leave his side." I felt my face heat up. "That doesn't mean we're married." Just as I was frantically denying it, I heard a deep, amused chuckle from behind me. "I see you're enjoying yourself, little blossom." My entire body froze. No, 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 no. I turned my head slowly, and there he was, Zephyrian, standing behind me with his arms crossed, looking down at me with that stupid smirk. Why does he always appear at the worst possible moments? Zephyrian's POV. The royal garden was peaceful, until I heard a familiar, exasperated voice arguing with children. I raised a brow, stepping closer to the source of the noise, and there she was, Eris, sitting on the grass, surrounded by maids' children, looking as if she belonged there. a sight I never expected to see. She was laughing. Not her usual sarcastic scoff or dry chuckle. This was genuine, a rare, beautiful sound. I leaned against a nearby tree, watching the scene unfold. The way her eyes softened, the way her lips curled into a bright smile, it was so different from the guarded, wary heiress I had come to know. She didn't even realize how much she had let her guard down. But then, the little devils ruined my quiet moment. "Big sis heiress, are you Lord Zephyrian's wife?" I nearly choked. Eris's reaction was immediate. What? The children, completely unaware of the chaos they had just unleashed, continued. "But you're always with him. And you always yell at him. But you never leave his side." Amused, I let out a quiet chuckle. This was too good. "I see you're enjoying yourself, little blossom," I said, stepping forward. Eris froze. Slowly, she turned to face me, eyes wide like she had just been caught committing a crime. The redness creeping up her face was undeniable. Nah, this was priceless. The children giggled, completely siding with me. "But you two look like a couple," one of them added. Eris's entire body tensed as if she had been struck by lightning. I could practically see her mind overloading. "Couple, him, with me," she sputtered, shaking her head furiously. "Have you lost your tiny minds?" The children burst into laughter. One particularly bold child pouted. "But he looks at you like my papa looks at mama." I smirked. "Oh, and how does I look?" Eris immediately shot me a glare, her face now as red as Valerian's scales. Don't you dare encourage them, you stupid lizard," she hissed under her breath, standing up so fast that she nearly tripped over herself. I hummed, thoroughly entertained. "Ah, but they make an interesting observation," I teased, stepping closer. "Do I really look at you like that, little blossom?" Her breath hitched. The moment stretched between us, and for once she was speechless. Then, as if breaking out of a spell, she huffed, turning away. "I am not dealing with this today," she declared dramatically, throwing her arms up. Unfortunately for her, fate had other plans. Because in her rush to storm off, she stepped on the edge of her dress, lost her balance, and began to fall. I moved without thinking. One arm around her waist, I caught her just before she could hit the ground. A silence. She blinked up at me, her face so close that I could see every flicker of emotion in her wide eyes. Shock, embarrassment, frustration. Her lips parted slightly as if she wanted to say something, but no words came out. The children gasped. "So," just like in the romance books. "They're totally in love." Eris made a strangled noise. I leaned in slightly, smirking as I watched her face grow impossibly redder. "Careful, little blossom. It would be a shame if you got hurt because you were too busy thinking about me." She made an even louder, strangled noise. Then, in the most predictable yet amusing response, she shoved me away with all her strength. I let her go, watching as she stumbled back, flustered beyond belief. "Why, you?" She pointed an accusing finger at me. Stay 10 feet away from me at all times, you insufferable lizard. I chuckled, thoroughly amused. She turned on her heel, ready to flee. But before she could, one of the little girls tugged on her sleeve. Big sis Eris, does this mean we're getting a royal wedding soon? Eris let out an unholy screech before running off. The children laughed, and I watched her retreating form with a smirk. This kingdom had been dull for so long. But with her here, it was never boring. Eris's POV. I burst into my chamber, slamming the door shut behind me as if I had just escaped some terrifying beast. My heart was racing, my legs were shaking, and my face was burning hotter than dragon fire. I dived onto my bed, grabbing a pillow and squeezing it tightly as I rolled back and forth. What the hell just happened? I groaned into the fabric, kicking my legs in frustration. One moment, I was playing with the kids, feeling a rare moment of peace, and the next, Zephyrian. That stupid, smug, stupid lizard had to ruin everything. I squeezed my eyes shut, but the memory hit me like a tidal wave. I had slipped. He had caught me. His arms, strong, steady, wrapped around my waist, keeping me from falling. Our faces were so close that I could see the sharpness of his crimson eyes, the way they darkened with something unreadable. So close that I could feel the warmth of his breath against my lips. So close that I shot up, hugging the pillow against my chest as if it could shield me from my own thoughts. Did we almost kiss? My face burned as the thought settled in. What if we had kissed? Would it have been soft and slow, hesitant, like a quiet confession? Or would it have been something else, deep, possessive, full of fire, like the way he looked at me sometimes, like he was waiting for something? Or would it have been filled with love? I gasped, shaking my head violently. What the hell am I thinking? I grabbed the pillow and smacked my own head with it, trying to knock some sense into myself. Love, with him, impossible. He was Zephyrian, a dragon, an emperor, someone feared across the world. And I was just a human. Just a fragile, insignificant human who had no place in his world. Of course, he would eventually lose interest in me. I was just something new, a passing amusement. I should be happy about that. I should be relieved. But why did the thought of him losing interest feel so disappointing? I bit my lip, gripping the pillow tighter as a strange, heavy feeling settled in my chest. I didn't understand. And that terrified me more than anything. Then another thought crept into my mind, making my stomach twist. Why is he marrying me? When we first met, I was nothing but a sacrifice to him, a mere offering from terrified villagers. But instead of killing me, he took me. Instead of tossing me aside, he kept me. And now he was marrying me. It made no sense. Unless it had nothing to do with me. I felt my fingers tight around the fabric of my dress. He didn't love me. He couldn't love me. No, what he loved, if he loved anything, was the person who once owned this body. It's not me. Never me. Of course, that was the truth. It had to be. I let out a bitter chuckle, forcing a smile. Yes, I was nothing more than an illusion to him, a shadow of someone else. And yet, why did that realization hurt so much? Zephyrion's POV. I leaned against the stone balcony of my chamber, staring into the dark horizon, but my thoughts were elsewhere, back in that fleeting moment when I had caught her. Eris. She had slipped, and without thinking, I had reached for her. My hands found her waist, pulling her against me before she could fall. For the first time, she was in my arms. So close. Too close. I could see the startled wideness in her eyes, the way her breath hitched. She was looking at me, not in fear, not in defiance, but in something else. Something I couldn't quite grasp. And for a moment, just a single cursed moment, I had wanted to close the distance. What would it have been like to taste her lips? Would it have been soft, hesitant? Would she have melted into me, let herself be claimed? Or would she have fought it, resisted even as her body betrayed her? Would she have let me? I clenched my jaw, shutting my eyes tightly. What the hell am I thinking? She is just a human. A temporary presence in my world. And yet, I had found myself smiling like a fool as she stormed away, her face red, her hands clutching her dress. Eris. The little spitfire who never hesitated to curse at me, to defy me, to act as if she wasn't standing before a being who could crush her in an instant. She was foolish, stubborn, infuriating. And I was losing my mind. I exhaled sharply, rubbing a hand over my face. Why am I marrying her? Because I need an heir. Because she is the only one worthy. Because this is all a means to an end. It is not because of her. It is not because I want to keep her. It is not because she makes me forget the weight of a crown. It is not because when she looks at me, truly looks at me, I feel something I should not feel. It is not. It cannot be. And yet, then why? Why do I find myself drawn to her in ways I cannot explain? Why does her laughter echo in my mind longer than it should? Why do I search for her in a crowded hall, as if my eyes need to find her first? Why does her defiance amuse me rather than infuriate me? Why do I remember the way her body fit against mine, the way she looked up at me, breathless and unsure? Why did I hesitate? Why didn't I just pull away? Why did I want to see more? And more than anything, why does it hurt when I remind myself that she is not her? Because no matter what, I cannot forget one thing. She is not her. No matter how much I want to, she will never be her. And yet, why does that truth feel like a damn curse? Why does it feel like I am the one who is trapped? To be continued. Eris Pav. It was midnight. I was dreaming. Or was I? Everything felt strange, like I was floating in an abyss. My body was heavy yet weightless at the same time. I couldn't move, couldn't blink, couldn't even breathe properly. It was as if someone was holding me down. Then a voice, deep, smooth, and chillingly familiar, whispered through the darkness. "You cannot escape me, little flower." A sharp shiver ran through my spine. No, not again. My body trembled, but I still couldn't move. Footsteps echoed all around me, slow, unrushed, predatory. Do you truly believe they will protect you, that they care for you? A shadowy figure emerged from the abyss, his long coat swaying with his movements. I could see him now, tall, elegant, and terrifyingly composed. His golden eyes glowed, sharp like a beast watching its prey. And on his forehead, a single curved horn gleamed under an unseen light. "They are deceiving you, heiress." No, that wasn't true. Was it? My thoughts felt sluggish, my mind clouded as though thick fog had seeped into it. "You were always meant to be by my side." No. "You cannot resist forever." A cold hand touched my cheek, gentle yet filled with something sinister. My heart pounded violently, my breath caught in my throat. Move. I had to move. "Sleep, little one. Forget them." No. But my eyelids felt heavier. My body felt weaker. And then, the air around me shifted, swirling with an unknown power. I felt something coil around my wrists and ankles, chains made of pure magic. They weren't cold nor warm. They simply were. Let go. Yes. No. Yes. You belong to me. I belong to. No. I forced my lips to move, but no sound escaped. "You cannot run, heiress. Soon you will come to me on your own." His hand caressed my hair, slow and possessive. I wanted to slap it away, but my limbs were still frozen. "And when you do, I will never let you go." A searing pain shot through my mind. I gasped, my body jolting. And then I woke up, gasping, drenched in sweat, trembling. I clutched my chest, my heart hammering wildly. My entire body felt cold, yet I was burning from the inside. That voice, that man, I knew him. And worse, he was coming for me. I pressed a trembling hand to my forehead, trying to steady my ragged breathing. My heart still thundered violently, the sensation of those magic chains lingering on my skin. And then, a realization struck me like lightning. Tomorrow is my wedding. My body froze, my mind reeling. Zephyrian, the Black Dragon King. I was going to marry him. The thought sent a strange wave of emotions through me. Something heavy, something unfamiliar. My fingers touched my lips as I tried to make sense of it. Why did I feel happy, yet anxious? I wasn't supposed to feel this way. I was a sacrifice, was I? This marriage, it wasn't real. It wasn't built on love. It was just a way for him to gain power. Then why did my heart tighten at the thought of it? I shook my head, trying to push away the emotions swirling inside me. I had more important things to focus on. That man, the one-horned man. I needed to know what he wanted, what his plan was. If he had already made his move once, he would do it again. Telling Zephyrian would be the logical choice, but no, not yet. I would wait. I would let that man reveal his plan further. If he thought I was unaware, he might slip up. Then when he did, I would be ready. Next day, the castle was buzzing with life. Servants rushed through the halls, their arms filled with lavish fabrics, floral decorations, and silver trays stacked with the finest delicacies. The scent of fresh roses and exotic spices filled the air, mixing with the faint trace of burning incense. Today was the day. It was my wedding day. I stood before the grand mirror in my chamber, my reflection staring back at me with conflicted eyes. The dress they had chosen for me was breathtaking, deep crimson with golden embroidery, flowing like liquid fire around my frame. The sleeves were sheer, delicately woven with threads of silver that shimmered when I moved. A golden belt cinched at my waist, accentuating my figure, while a thin, bejeweled crown rested atop my head. I looked regal, like a queen, like his queen. My fingers trembled as I traced the embroidery of my gown. I should have been thinking about my escape, about the one-horned man who haunted my dreams. But all I could think about was him. Zephyrian. The way he had held me that night, the way his arms had wrapped around me as if I was something precious, the way he had looked at me when he thought I was asleep, soft, almost gentle. I had never seen him look at anyone like that before. A soft knock pulled me from my thoughts. Before I could respond, the door burst open, and Valerian stormed in. Eris, he grinned, his golden eyes bright with excitement. You look stunning. I barely had time to react before he crushed me in a tight hug, lifting me slightly off the ground. Valerian, I gasped, struggling. I can't breathe. Oh, sorry. He set me down but kept his hands on my shoulders, beaming. You really do look amazing. If I weren't your brother, I'd have married you myself. Selim, who had just entered behind him, scoffed. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I stifled a laugh as Valerian pouted. Then my gaze shifted to the doorway, where he stood. Zephyrian. His eyes were locked onto me, unreadable yet intense. He wore his royal attire, black and crimson, adorned with intricate golden patterns. His long coat trailed behind him, his presence commanding as always. But there was something else in his expression today. Something I couldn't quite place. I felt my face heat up. Valerian, oblivious, clapped his hands together. All right, it's time. The entire kingdom is waiting. The wedding feast is already set, and the guests are dying to see the bride and groom together. Groom. Zephyrian. I swallowed. Selim sighed. Honestly, I still can't believe this is happening. Neither can I muttered under my breath. Zephyrian finally spoke, his voice deep and steady. Are you ready? Was I? No. Yes. I didn't know. But I nodded anyway. He extended his hand toward me, waiting. And despite everything, despite the looming danger, despite my doubts, I placed my hand in his. His grip was firm, warm. And together, we stepped into the grand hall where the entire world awaited us. The grand hall shimmered with golden light, the chandeliers casting a warm glow over the sea of nobles, warriors, and high-ranking officials. The scent of fresh roses and incense filled the air, mingling with the quiet hum of murmurs and excitement. This was not just any royal wedding. This was the union of the feared Black Dragon King and his unexpected human bride. I walked beside Zephyrian, my hand lightly resting on his, my heart pounding in my chest. This was happening. This was real. The weight of countless stares bore down on me, a mix of curiosity, disbelief, and fear. Not fear of me, but fear of the man beside me. Zephyrian walked with his usual regal and commanding presence, his crimson eyes unreadable, his face void of any emotion. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Did he even care about this wedding? Or was this just another strategic move for him? And yet, I couldn't forget how he had looked at me that morning. The way he had smiled. The way he had held me. I bit my lip, pushing the thoughts aside as we reached the center of the hall. The priest, a dragon elder with shimmering silver scales, raised his hand, calling for silence. The union of the Black Dragon King and his chosen bride shall now commence, his voice echoed, deep and commanding. Under the oath of fire and blood, this bond shall be eternal. A golden goblet was placed before us, filled with an elixir that shimmered like liquid gold. A sacred drink, binding our souls together. Drink, and let the flames of destiny intertwine your fates. Zephyrian took the goblet first, his gaze never leaving mine as he brought it to his lips. He drank slowly, then handed it to me. I hesitated. For a brief moment, the thought of running flashed through my mind. But I took the goblet anyway. As the golden liquid touched my lips, warmth spread through my body, like fire coursing through my veins. I gasped softly, feeling something change within me, something awaken. Zephyrian watched me closely, his gaze intense. The priest nodded approvingly. Now present your vows. Vows. My breath hitched. I had nothing prepared. I didn't even know what to say. But before I could panic, Zephyrian turned fully to me. I vow to protect you, he said, his voice low yet firm, to keep you by my side, no matter what comes. His words were simple, yet powerful. I stared at him, feeling something tighten in my chest. And then it was my turn. What was I supposed to say? That I didn't know what I felt, that I was scared, that I didn't understand why my heart raced when he looked at me like that. I took a shaky breath. I vow my voice was softer than I expected, to stay by your side for as long as fate allows. It wasn't a promise of love, but it was something. A flicker of something crossed Zephyrian's expression, but it vanished before I could understand it. The priest smiled. Then, by the law of dragons and the will of fate, I now pronounce you." Before he could finish, Valerian suddenly burst into applause. Finally, he grinned, throwing an arm over Selim's shoulder. "I thought we'd be standing here all day." Selim let out a deep sigh. "We were standing here all day." Zephyrian shot them both a glare, but I could see the faintest twitch of amusement in his lips. Valerian grinned wider. "Well, let's celebrate. Let's drink until we pass out." "You always pass out," Selim muttered. Before Valerian could argue, a servant cleared his throat, announcing, "Let the feast begin." Music erupted in the hall, and just like that, the tension lifted. I exhaled, realizing for the first time that I had been holding my breath. Zephyrian turned to me, his voice low. "Are you all right?" I blinked at him. Was I? I wasn't sure. But then Valerian grabbed my hand, pulling me toward the center of the hall. "Come on, let's dance." Before I could protest, he spun me around dramatically. I let out a startled laugh. "I don't know how to dance." "Neither do I," he grinned. "That's not something to be proud of," Selim muttered, sitting at the side with a drink in hand. Zephyrian, watching the scene, pinched the bridge of his nose as if he was reconsidering every decision that led him to this moment. But when I met his gaze again, for the first time I saw it. A smile. Not the usual smirk or knowing grin. A real, genuine smile. And for some reason, it made my heart race even more. Laughter filled the grand hall as Valerian twirled me around, completely ignoring the fact that neither of us knew how to dance. His movements were wild and dramatic, making me stumble over my own feet more than once. "See, you're doing great," Valerian grinned. I almost fell 3 times. I huffed, gripping his arms for balance. "Exactly," he winked. "That's how you know it's a fun dance." Selim, still seated at the side, sighed and took a sip of his wine. "This is painful to watch." Zephyrian, standing nearby, was pinching the bridge of his nose again, probably questioning every choice that led to this moment. All right," Valerian laughed, spinning me one last time before letting go. "I should let you dance with your husband before he burns me alive." Before I could react, Zephyrian had already stepped forward, his crimson eyes locked onto mine. "You're terrible at dancing," he murmured. I crossed my arms. "I told you I don't know how to dance." A rare smirk crossed his lips. "Then let me teach you." Before I could protest, his arm wrapped around my waist, pulling me closer. His other hand took mine, firm yet gentle. I gulped. The hall suddenly felt smaller. The music slowed, becoming a soft, enchanting melody. Zephyrian guided me with effortless grace, his movements precise, elegant. Unlike Valerian's chaotic energy, dancing with Zephyrian felt different. It was smooth, intense, as if the world around us faded away. "Relax," he murmured. "You're stiff." "Well, excuse me for being nervous," I muttered. His grip tightened slightly, grounding me. "Just follow my lead." So I did. I let go of my hesitation and let him guide me across the floor. And for the first time that night, I wasn't worried about running away or the mysterious man in my dreams or what the future held. For the first time, I was just here, with him. As the music swelled, I glanced up at Zephyrian, only to find him already staring at me. Something unreadable flickered in his gaze. Something that made my heart skip a beat. I quickly looked away, my face heating up. Zephyrian chuckled, the sound deep and amused. "You're flustered," he noted. "I am not," I lied. He leaned in slightly, his breath warm against my ear. Liar. I nearly tripped. As if he hadn't been holding me, I would have tripped. Valerian, watching from the sidelines, whistled. "Ooh, look at them. Newlyweds getting cozy." Selim rolled his eyes. Valerian shut up. Zephyrian ignored them, his focus entirely on me. "Keep your eyes on me, Eris," he murmured. As if I could look anywhere else. The music slowed, signaling the end of the dance. Zephyrian dipped me slightly, his face only inches from mine. For a brief second, I thought, no way. Is he actually going to? But then he pulled me back up, releasing me. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. His smirk returned. "You survived." "Barely," I muttered, my face still burning. As the next song began, Valerian clapped his hands. "All right, now it's my turn again." Selim grabbed him by the collar before he could drag me back onto the dance floor. No, absolutely not. I couldn't help but laugh. Tonight was fun. And for now, that was enough. To be continued. Eris's POV. The wedding had ended. The grand celebration, the dancing, the endless congratulations, it was over. And now, here I was, standing in the middle of an unfamiliar chamber. Zephyrian's chamber. The room was massive, illuminated by the soft glow of enchanted lanterns. The bed, large enough to fit 5 people, sat in the center, draped in dark silks. Everything about this place screamed him. Dark, regal, intimidating. And right now, I was standing in the middle of it, my heart hammering. I sneaked a glance at Zephyrian, who stood near the door, arms crossed, his usual stoic expression in place. Neither of us spoke. Neither of us moved. The silence stretched. This is awkward. This is so awkward. Finally, I cleared my throat. So. Zephyrian shifted slightly, looking anywhere but at me. "You can sleep on the bed." I blinked. What? He sighed, rubbing his temple. "I won't touch you if that's what you're worried about." I frowned. I wasn't worried. He raised a brow. "Your face says otherwise." I scowled. "Well, your face looks like you want to throw yourself off a cliff, so what does that say?" His lips twitched, as if holding back a smirk. That I regret letting Valerian plan this wedding. I groaned, sitting at the edge of the bed. You and me both. Another silence. I shifted awkwardly, twiddling my fingers. "So, do we just go to sleep?" Zephyrian nodded, stepping toward the other side of the room. "I'll sleep on the couch." I blinked. Wait, you're not sleeping here. He looked at me as if I had grown two heads. Do you want me to? I choked on air. No. He smirked. You answered that too quickly. My face burned. Go sleep on the couch. He let out a low chuckle and turned away. I huffed and pulled the blankets over myself. Why does he always have to tease me? I turned onto my side, trying to ignore my racing heart. And then, the next moment happened so fast. Zephyrian's POV. The wedding was over. The celebrations, the endless greetings, the formalities, I had endured it all. And now, here we were. Inside my chamber. Eris stood in the middle of the room, her posture stiff, her fingers gripping the edge of her sleeves. She was nervous. It was obvious in the way she refused to meet my gaze, her eyes darting around the chamber as if searching for an escape. I crossed my arms. You can sleep on the bed. She flinched slightly, turning to look at me with wide eyes. What? I sighed. I won't touch you if that's what you're worried about. Her brows furrowed, lips pressing into a pout. I wasn't worried. I raised an eyebrow. Your face says otherwise. She scowled. Well, your face looks like you want to throw yourself off a cliff, so what does that say? A small smirk tugged at my lips. That I regret letting Valerian plan this wedding. She groaned, dropping onto the bed. You and me both. The silence stretched between us. She fiddled with her fingers, shifting uncomfortably. So, do we just go to sleep? I nodded, turning toward the couch. I'll sleep over here. There was a pause. Then, wait, you're not sleeping here. I turned back to her. Did you want me to? She choked, no. I chuckled, leaning against the bedpost. You answered that too quickly. She grabbed a pillow and threw it at me. I caught it effortlessly. Go sleep on the couch. She snapped, burying her face under the blanket. I let out a quiet laugh and walked away, shaking my head. This was far too entertaining. I settled onto the couch, watching her fidget under the blankets. She was tense, overthinking, likely scolding herself in that little mind of hers. I closed my eyes. And then, a sudden yelp. I turned just in time to see her slipping off the bed. I moved without thinking. In a blink, I caught her before she hit the ground, my arms securing her waist with ease. But instead of lifting her back immediately, I hesitated. Somehow, she ended up beneath me. My arms caged her in, my body hovering just inches above hers. Her wide golden eyes stared up at me, lips slightly parted, her breath uneven. I could hear her heart pounding. Or was that mine? For a moment, neither of us moved. The room felt smaller, the air felt thicker. And then, my gaze lowered to her lips. Soft, untouched. Would they taste sweet? Would she? I stopped. What was I thinking? She must have noticed because she sucked in a sharp breath, her fingers clutching the sheets beneath her. Her lips parted, as if about to say something. I smirked before she could. Careful little blossom, falling for me already. She shoved me, hard. I let her push me off, laughing as I sat up. She scrambled onto the bed, grabbing a pillow and smashing it against her face, muffling a frustrated groan. "Go sleep on the couch," she squeaked, her voice muffled. I chuckled as I walked away. "Good night, little blossom." Her muffled groan made my smirk widen. She was making this far too fun. To be continued. Eris's POV. It was midnight. I was falling again. The darkness swallowed me whole, weightless yet heavy, as if the void itself was wrapping around my body like chains, again. My breath hitched, no air, no ground beneath my feet, just endless nothingness. And then he appeared. The one-horned man, again. He stood before me, an amused smile curving his lips as his eerie eyes locked onto mine. It felt like he could see through me, through my very soul, peeling away layers of my existence with just a glance. I tried to step back. My mind screamed at me to move, to run anything, but my body wouldn't listen. Why can't I move? "Why do you resist so much, little flower?" he mused, tilting his head. His voice was calm, honeyed wrong. "Did you really think you could escape me forever?" My lips parted, desperate to say something, to curse at him, to deny his words. But no sound came out. I clenched my fists, willing myself to fight, to struggle. Nothing. My body was frozen. It was like invisible hands had wrapped around me, holding me in place, suffocating me without a single touch. My heart pounded violently against my ribs. This is a dream, just a dream. I'll wake up. He stepped closer, his hand reaching up to trace my jawline, his fingers cool against my burning skin. I flinched, but I didn't move. "You're strong," he whispered. "That's why you're mine." A surge of panic crashed over me like a tidal wave. No. No, I belong to no one. I gritted my teeth, fighting, forcing my body to move. Something. A finger, a twitch, a breath, anything to break free. For a moment, I felt something shift. A spark of resistance. The invisible chains loosened just slightly, and I gasped, feeling my hand tremble at my side. I could fight this. I would fight this. The moment was short-lived. A sharp, searing pain exploded in my skull. I cried out, my knees buckling as an unseen force carved into me, branding me, claiming me. The pain was unbearable, like hot iron being pressed into my very existence. My mind throbbed, my vision darkening at the edges. His fingers pressed against my forehead, and suddenly a foreign presence wrapped around my thoughts. A voice, his voice, echoed through my head, drowning out everything else. "You cannot fight me, Eris. You are already under my control." I gasped, clutching my head as the weight of his presence bore down on me. It was as if he was inside me now, inside my mind. I tried to scream. I tried to move. I tried to resist. But my body refused. I stood still, my hands falling limply to my sides, my vision turning hazy. And then I smiled. No, I wasn't smiling. I felt my lips curl, but it wasn't me. Now, little flower, his voice coiled around my thoughts like a serpent. Let me show you where you truly belong. Darkness crashed over me like a wave, and I sank. Zephyrion's POV. The night was unsettling. The stillness hung over the castle, thick and suffocating. It wasn't natural. It felt wrong. I stood on my balcony, watching the silver glow of the moon cast long shadows over the land. Something gnawed at me, a strange unease that refused to leave my chest. Then I heard it. A soft whimper. Not the wind, not my imagination. Eris. I moved instantly. My gaze landed on her immediately. She was trembling. Her fingers clutched the silk sheets so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Sweat dampened her forehead, her breathing shallow, uneven. Her lips parted slightly as though she was trying to speak, trying to plead. A frown creased my forehead. She was trapped in something. A nightmare. No, something worse. Eris, I called, stepping closer. She didn't stir. Her body tensed again, her brows furrowed. Then suddenly, her lips parted, and a faint whisper escaped. No, stop. I froze. Something was wrong. A surge of possessiveness coursed through me, a burning anger at whatever force was tormenting her. I placed a hand on her shoulder, giving her a gentle shake. Eris, wake up. Nothing. Her trembling worsened. Then she flinched, as if in pain. A low growl rumbled in my chest. Who is doing this to you? Leaning closer, I cupped her cheek, wiping away the cold sweat. Eris, I called again, softer this time. Come back. She stirred. A sharp inhale. Her fingers twitched against my chest, her body pressing slightly closer as though seeking warmth. Then slowly, her lashes fluttered open. A long silence. She stared at me, her breathing still uneven. Then she smiled. But something about it was wrong. It was not her usual expression, not the sarcastic smirk she gave when teasing me, nor the irritated frown she wore when Valerian acted like an idiot. It was something else. Something different. Something I couldn't put into words. For the first time in a long while, a strange feeling settled deep in my chest, one I did not like. To be continued. Zephyrion's POV. Something was wrong with Eris. The moment she opened her eyes last night, I sensed it. That smile, it wasn't hers. At first, I thought it was just exhaustion. Nightmares could do that, leave a person dazed and lost. But as the hours passed, the unease inside me only grew. This morning, she was different. She clung to me. Not in her usual, sarcastic, half-annoyed way. No huffing, no irritated muttering under her breath. Instead, she wrapped her arms around mine, holding on as if she would crumble if she let go. It wasn't like her. Eris was many things, stubborn, sharp-tongued, endlessly frustrating, but she was never weak. Yet now, she acted delicate, fragile, submissive. And it wasn't just me who noticed. Valerian and Selim were watching her with the same suspicion I felt. "She's acting weird," Valerian whispered, leaning closer to me at breakfast. "I mean, look at her." I was looking at her. She was smiling, sweetly, innocently. Eris never smiled like that. She sat with her hands folded neatly, eating her food in small, careful bites. It was unnatural. Yesterday, she was laughing and teasing Valerian, throwing bread at him across the table. Today, she was quiet. Too quiet. Then it happened. One of the maid's children ran past the dining hall, giggling as they played with each other. They were the same children she had spent time with yesterday, the ones she had genuinely enjoyed being around. But this time, Eris's expression darkened. "Get out," she snapped, her voice sharp, cold. The children froze. The little girl, no older than 6, turned to look at her with wide, fearful eyes. "Be but Lady Eris." I said get out. The girl flinched. The other children grabbed her hand and ran. The entire room fell silent. Valerian and Selim both stared at Eris, their expressions shifting. "Eris," Valerian muttered, his usual cheerful voice laced with confusion. "Why would you?" "They're annoying," she said flatly, looking back at her plate as if nothing had happened. Eris. The same Eris who had been smiling with those children just yesterday. The same Eris who had played with them, laughed with them, held their tiny hands when they were scared. The same Eris who, just last night, had trembled in my arms, looking at me with fear and vulnerability she never let anyone see. This was not her. I glanced at Selim. His cold blue eyes were narrowed, unreadable, but I could tell he was thinking the same thing. Something was wrong. Eris wasn't just acting different. She was someone else entirely. Zephyrian's POV. The air in the council chamber was heavy with tension. Valerian sat on the table with his arms crossed, brows furrowed in frustration. Selim stood near the window, his cold gaze fixed outside, but I knew his mind was here, calculating, analyzing. And I stood in the center, gripping the edge of the table, trying to piece everything together. Something was wrong with Eris. She wasn't herself. "She's changed," Valerian was the first to speak. "You saw how she acted this morning. That was Eris." I clenched my jaw. "I know." "She yelled at the kids," Selim said flatly, finally turning to face us. "The same ones she was laughing with yesterday." My claws dug into the wood. That wasn't her. Valerian ran a hand through his hair, visibly frustrated. "Then who the hell was it? Because it looked like her. It sounded like her." He exhaled sharply, but it wasn't her. I closed my eyes briefly, recalling last night. The way she whimpered in her sleep. The way her body trembled. The way she smiled at me when she woke up. So wrong, so different. Then, this morning, she clung to me. That had never happened before. Eris hated looking weak, hated relying on anyone. And yet, today, she held on to me as if she would disappear if she let go. And then, the children. I opened my eyes and met Selim's piercing gaze. "It's not just a mood swing," I said. "It's something deeper." Valerian groaned. "You're telling me she's possessed." Selim was silent for a moment before he spoke. "It's possible." Valerian shot up from his seat. "You can't be serious." Selim crossed his arms. "Think, Valerian, she is completely different from yesterday. It's not just her mood, it's her personality, her behavior, the way she speaks, the way she moves." His voice was calm but firm. "Something has taken hold of her." I remained silent, my mind racing. Eris was stubborn, reckless, and always ready to fight. But today she was gentle, too gentle. Her words, her movements, it was as if she had become someone else. And then there was last night. The whimpers, the shaking, the way she smiled at me. A chill ran down my spine. She had been fighting something in her dreams, and when she woke up, she had already lost. "We need to watch her," I said finally, my voice low. "No matter what, we don't leave her alone." Valerian frowned but nodded. "Fine, but if this thing tries anything, I'm not holding back." Selim's eyes darkened. "Neither am I." I looked toward the massive doors leading back to the castle halls. "Eris, whatever was happening to you, I would not let it take you from me." To be continued. The three dragons had come to a decision. Something was undeniably wrong with Eris, and they needed to uncover the truth before it was too late. Zephyrian, ever the strategist, had laid out the plan: watch her closely, never leave her alone, and wait for an opportunity to reveal what had taken hold of her. Selim, the silent observer, would analyze every move she made, and Valerian, ever the emotional one, would be the first to react if things went wrong. But none of them were prepared for what came next. Eris entered the room, her footsteps light, her eyes focused on only one person, Zephyrian. "Zephyrian," she called, her voice softer than usual, almost pleading. His jaw clenched. This wasn't her. It looked like her, it sounded like her, but it wasn't the same fierce, stubborn Eris who would rather die than show vulnerability. He ignored her. She frowned, stepping closer. "Zephyrian, I need to." He turned away, but before he could take a step, her hand grasped his wrist, a firm yet desperate touch. "Listen to me," she insisted. "I don't have time for this." His voice was cold, distant. Eris's grip tightened, frustration evident in her eyes. "Just listen to me." And then it happened. She pulled at him with more force than intended, and in a moment of imbalance, her foot slipped. Zephyrian instinctively reached out to catch her, but gravity was faster. With a gasp, she stumbled back, dragging him down with her. The world tilted. A soft thud echoed in the room as Eris landed on the bed, Zephyrian falling over her, their bodies pressed too close. A heavy silence fell between them. Eris's breath hitched. She could feel the warmth of his body, the weight of his presence. His arms caged her in, his golden eyes piercing into hers, searching, questioning, conflicted. She swallowed hard. Zephyrian. He didn't move. His gaze flickered to her lips, just for a second before returning to her eyes. Her heart pounded. For a moment, it felt real. Not a plan. Not an act. Not a deception. Just them. Then, as if on instinct, her lips parted, and a familiar nickname slipped out. Black Lizard. Zephyrian froze. Something inside him snapped into place, as if a puzzle had just been completed. For the first time in days, certainty settled in his chest. Because only she, the real heiress, would ever call him that ridiculous name. Zephyrian's POV. Something was wrong. I had known it for days now, and yet, every time I looked into her eyes, I hesitated. Eris stood before me, her voice softer, her touch lighter. It was all so wrong. She wasn't the sharp-tongued, stubborn woman who challenged me at every turn. She wasn't the heiress who would throw sarcastic remarks like daggers, the one who would fight until her last breath. This heiress, who smiled too sweetly, who tried to cling to me, who yelled at the maid's children, wasn't her. I turned away. I had no interest in playing along with this illusion. Zephyrian, she called, her tone almost pleading. I clenched my jaw. She stepped closer. Zephyrian, I need to. I ignored her. Her hand grasped my wrist. It wasn't the grip of a warrior, nor the hesitant touch of someone afraid. It was desperate. Listen to me, she insisted. I remained silent. She let out an exasperated sigh, her grip tightening. Just listen to me. Then, in a single moment of miscalculation, she pulled harder than expected. Her foot slipped. Before I could react, gravity did its work. Eris fell back, and I fell with her. The next thing I knew, she was beneath me, her body pressed against mine, her breath uneven. My hands were braced on either side of her head, caging her in. Her face was so close, too close. Silence filled the room. Her blue eyes widened, staring into mine. My gaze flickered to her lips before I could stop myself. Too close. I didn't move. Neither did she. Something flickered in her eyes. Hesitation, confusion, something undeniably real. For a moment, just a moment, it felt like her. Then she swallowed hard, her lips parting slightly, and a single name slipped out. Black Lizard. My entire body went rigid. It was as if a fog had suddenly lifted. My heart pounded. Because only heiress, my little blossom, would ever call me that ridiculous name. To be continued. The 3 dragons were on a mission. And that mission, figure out what the hell was wrong with Eris. She wasn't acting like herself. She was smiling too sweetly, clinging onto Zephyrian like some delicate, noble lady, and worst of all, she yelled at the kids in the castle. That was not their heiress. So, naturally, they did what any responsible dragons would do. They spied on her. Valerian, the not-so-subtle red dragon, peeked from behind a column, tail flicking anxiously, his fingers twitching as if resisting the urge to grab a snack. Selim, the ever-serious white dragon, was hiding behind a bookshelf, peeking through the gaps like a secret investigator. And Zephyrian. He was standing in the shadows, arms crossed, watching her every move with sharp, piercing eyes. Eris was seated in the garden, calmly sipping tea like a perfectly proper lady. No sarcasm, no stubborn attitude, no teasing remarks. This wasn't normal. "She's possessed," Valerian whispered dramatically. "She's definitely under some kind of spell," Selim muttered, eyes narrowing. Zephyrian didn't say anything. He just kept watching. Then Eris turned slightly and smiled in their direction. They all flinched. "She saw us," Valerian hissed. "No, she didn't," Selim argued. Zephyrian remained silent. Because for a moment, just a brief, fleeting second, he had felt her. Not the strange, overly sweet Eris, but his Eris. His little blossom. A flicker of resistance. A faint trace of her true self buried beneath whatever magic had her in its grasp. And that meant there was still a chance to break whatever spell she was under. Zephyrian's grip tightened. He had to act fast before she was lost completely. That night, the castle was silent. The moon cast its silver glow over the stone walls, and a gentle breeze rustled the curtains in Eris's chamber. Zephyrian had stayed awake just in case. Something about tonight felt wrong. And then it happened. The moment he blinked, her scent vanished. Zephyrian's eyes snapped open. He rushed to her chamber, and it was empty. The bed was untouched, the sheets cold. Eris was gone. To be continued. Eris was gone. Zephyrian's entire body tensed as he scanned the chamber, empty. No scent, no trace, nothing. She had vanished without a sound. His instincts flared, his mind racing. She was under a spell, changed, controlled. But despite that, he had felt it. His real Eris was still in there somewhere. And now, she had disappeared in the dead of night. His search was swift, relentless. The royal gardens, empty. The grand hall, silent. The corridors, deserted. His hands curled into fists. Where was she? Then, "What are you doing?" Zephyrian spun around instantly, his golden eyes glowing in the dim torchlight. Eris stood behind him, calm, unbothered, as if she had never disappeared at all. His breath hitched, but his face remained unreadable. She tilted her head in confusion. "Why do you look like you just saw a ghost?" Zephyrian's jaw tightened. "Where were you?" Eris blinked. "In my chamber. I just went to get some water." Lies. His gaze darkened as he studied her. The way she stood, the way she smiled, too perfect, too smooth, too different. Still, he said nothing and took her hand. The moment his fingers touched her wrist, his breath hitched. Her skin was ice cold. The couple's chamber. Zephyrian didn't speak as he led Eris back to their chamber. His mind was clouded with suspicion, his every instinct screaming that something was wrong. She followed without question, her steps light, almost too graceful. The moment they entered, His sharp gaze locked onto something unusual. A note. Sitting on the bedside table. Zephyrian's muscles tensed. He reached for it cautiously, his fingers unfolding the parchment. His eyes scanned the words. And then they widened. His breath hitched, his entire body stiffening. Shock, pure raw shock. His crimson gaze darted toward Eris, his heart pounding. She was watching him. And then she smiled. The three dragons were not fools. Something was wrong with Eris. Her smiles were too soft, her words too delicate. Her very presence felt off. Yet, no matter how hard they tried, they found nothing. Spying mission, attempt 1. Valerian tried to engage her in conversation, throwing playful jabs at her like he always did. Oi, little firecracker, don't tell me marriage has made you soft, he teased, expecting a sharp glare or a sarcastic remark. Instead, Eris just laughed softly. Laughed. And then she apologized. Valerian nearly choked on air. Eris, apologizing. That was not Eris. But she had said nothing strange, acted in no suspicious way. So he got nothing. Spying mission, attempt 2. Selim, ever the serious one, observed her silently. Eris usually preferred to eat quickly and escape from formal dinners. Today, she sat gracefully, eating with delicate bites, as if she had all the time in the world. Selim narrowed his eyes. "Are you feeling unwell?" he finally asked. Eris blinked, smiling warmly. "No, why do you ask?" "No reason," he said, keeping his expression blank. Once again, he got nothing. Spying mission, attempt 3. Zephyrian was the only one who didn't try to talk. He simply watched. He watched the way Eris walked, the way she spoke, the way she avoided touching certain things. He noticed the way her fingers twitched slightly before she reached for anything, as if adjusting to a body that wasn't hers. He knew something was wrong. Yet, despite all their efforts, they got nothing. And that meant only one thing. Whoever was controlling Eris was smart. Too smart. To be continued.